So there's also that. All right, we have one stream started. Let's see it on my chat. There it goes. Okay, beautiful. Let's connect the chat to the phone. Connected. All right, awesome. So it shows up everywhere. Oh, Persephone, but you know what I love? I love the sound of a cat chewing. I love the sound of an animal eating. I love the sound of like my own child eating. That I don't mind. I don't actually mind any of it. Anyway, total non sequitur if you're on YouTube and you're just like, what? What are you talking about? One's in chat, if the sound of chewing could cause you to drive your car off the road to avoid it. Welcome. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a recipe tester. I'm a parent. That's where the dad comes from. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm really happy that y'all are here. Thank you for joining. This stream is all about cooking and conversation, mostly vegetable forward family meals, and recipe development. A lot of that. We're doing that today. But also baking. We do meal prep. We prep for trips occasionally, mostly camping trips, tent camping trips. We definitely make a lot of snacks. And sometimes we get out in the world for IRL stuff, little walkabouts here and there in the city of Philadelphia and beyond, often food focused, but not always. Our community is generally very enthusiastic about food. It's a very kind community. It's a kind of weird community, and not in like a negative way. I say weird with love. I am weird. Anyway, it's definitely a little bit spicy. I love a good innuendo. I enjoy them. I enjoy making them, and I enjoy when y'all post them in chat. It is a safe space to lurk. Their follows, subscriptions are all silent, so there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I'm not going to ask you a bunch of questions. It just goes, and then you can be here later. Anyway, if you're watching on YouTube, I appreciate the likes. I appreciate your subscriptions. If you're watching on YouTube, please know that you have to be subscribed for more than 5 minutes to chat. If you're on Twitch and you'd like to join along on YouTube, there's a link to that in the chat on Twitch. Mostly what I'm responding to is the chat on Twitch. You can feel free, if you're on YouTube, I can see your chats. Today we're working on 2 different recipes. I'm finalizing, or hopefully finalizing, or like moving the needle. We're moving. What do they say? I have a sports analogy. We're moving the ball downfield on these 2 recipes. Anyway. And they're the same thing I did last Tuesday, so welcome. For anybody who watched and enjoyed the Super Bowl this past Sunday, good for you. I did not watch a second of it. I didn't even watch the highlights, and I don't care who won. Boris, your timing for that chat could not have been more perfect. Did anyone catch the game the other day? No, I didn't. I don't care. I'm not going to talk about the game. If anyone else wants to talk about the game in chat, feel free to talk to each other. I am not going to talk about the football game because the football's over for the year. Now I don't have to give a shit anymore. Not that I did initially. But now I really don't have to care. Football ended effectively for me on the day that, whatever was the day that the Eagles were not playing anymore. You know what I did instead of watching the football game? I watched the 2.5-hour 2008 version of Les Miserables. And it was great. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? That one, that song. I did watch the halftime show. I didn't watch the halftime show at halftime. I watched the halftime show yesterday evening. It was great. It was great. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, this cat. I like, oh my God. This is like taking a picture of your children doing something dangerous instead of saving them. Okay, I can't, I'm just not gonna look. The problem is that where he's walking is directly over a fish tank. And if he falls in the other direction, there's a very good chance that he's going to go through the glass top of the fish tank into water that is over his head. My God. I didn't watch the ads either. Belly flops, it's Obi. It's always Obi. It's always Obi. Obi's the one that walks on the railing. Ash and Elsie kind of go out on the other side of the railing and walk down the outside of the steps outside of the railing. I know that y'all are like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But like, Liz, exactly. Obi is an orange cat. I did not have a lot of expectations of Obi. Okay, hold on. Let's see if this, I want to show you if I can what this looks like. Okay, so third, which camera? There we go. Okay, so here's like me, I'm talking, y'all are right here, right? So context, here's the counter, here's chat, right? When I'm looking to my left, right? This is the living room, okay? See them, look at him, look at Ash on the fucking steps, right? Right there. You can see, we're gonna cut when Obi starts walking on here. Now he's walking on the railing here, not the one that's close, but the far one, the one like that railing up top. If he fell off of that, right, it goes, this is, the ceiling here is the same height as the kitchen, except there's steps right here that go down into the living room. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. If he falls through the fish tank today on stream, I like, it's just, I'm gonna run in that direction. And I'm not gonna like turn the microphone off or anything. You're gonna hear it all. Ash will be back today, Liz, for sure. They've all been very much around. Hello. There is a fish tank. Right, it's not the tank that I'm worried about, it's the glass top. It's a 75-gallon fish tank. It's bigger than he is. We used to have a much smaller fish tank, but it was a lot more work to take care of. The larger the tank, the less often you have to do anything with it. We used to have a 50-gallon one, and it came unsealed and dumped all the water down the steps. And it was not good. It was not good. Okay, they have left the steps They knew. They were like, as soon as belly flops, as soon as I like turned the camera over there, they went somewhere else in the house. I don't know. Boris, I reposted just yesterday a really good thread on Blue Sky. There's a link to my Blue Sky in chat that had all of the symbolism explained and like pointed out by a person who is an adjunct professor at some university who teaches like a course about Bad Bunny. And it was like 30, 40 plus posts long. And it explained a lot of all of the like the things that were in the background, all the things that you saw. It was really, it was rich with symbolism and I loved it. I definitely loved it. It was really fun. And I'm glad that I didn't watch it live. Like, and not that I would have, I'm glad that I put zero effort into like trying to do that live. It was fine. I appreciate now that they make these halftime shows and like that sort of thing for a digital video audience. Like the halftime show used to be like a big stage thing with like a bunch of fireworks, right? And now it's a much more like sort of choreographed, like up close, like more, they know that the digital audience is magnitudes larger than anyone watching it in real life, and that the distribution of that show, all the things, all the, like the nitpicky like little bits of it are going to get examined. And so it was really nice in that regard that it was shot like, you know, a live action music video, which was super cool. RIP music videos. Boris, welcome in. Good morning indeed. Good evening for you. Good morning to some. Good afternoon for me. And it is a good afternoon. We do need to get started though. It is 13:15 my time. I have a hard stop today at 17:30, but I think we should be able to get through. I didn't expect that camera to be right here because it's never, this camera is rarely like right here. And I was just like, oh, who are you? Anyway, we're going to move that off to the side. Let me preheat my oven. We'll preheat that up. We're going to preheat that oven. The people being trees was really funny. Like once you realize that there's people in there, it was like, oh shit, there's a lot of them. Because I didn't, you know, I wasn't watching it live. I didn't see them like walk onto the field and arrange themselves. Like I just watched the video on Bad Bunny's channel. Bad Bunny, coincidentally, is one of my favorite things to listen to, like working out in general, because I love music that I don't understand the lyrics to. That like pop music that I don't understand the lyrics to. Like not in English pop music. There's a lot of music that I don't understand the lyrics to, but that's just because it's like metal and who knows what they're saying. That's me with K-pop. Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. K-pop is another one. I like anything Middle Eastern is really fun. It just depends on like what my energy is, you know? Getting bored. Ports, I'm sorry that your back hurts. Sometimes you just gotta like let it roll. Why am I opening the freezer? I need to look at these recipes. That's what I need to do. Okay. We're working through. I have two final version recipes here. One is for shells, one is for fish. Okay, so I think we're going to make the shells first and bake them. and then we're going to get to the fish recipe, because the shells cook at... So here's what... Hold on. Where are we? This was the original. This was the original. V2, V3. Okay, original V2. Okay, so the shells, I'm on V2, version 2. The fish, this will be the third time I've made this. I made it over the weekend and it didn't work the way I wanted it to again. So I'm going to try it today for the third time. A different, slightly different method. If that doesn't work in the way that is enough, is satisfying, I don't know. We're just gonna try it again. We're just gonna keep going. I don't know. Like, it works, but it doesn't work the way that I want it to. Like, it takes too long. It's just fish and vegetables. The vegetables just need to be heated through. You can cook fish from frozen in like 10 minutes, 5 minutes in a hot enough pan. And I'm just, it's, I know, I know what's wrong with it. I'm pushing up against something that I just need to change a process. And I know what it is. And it's my fault. Liz, it wasn't a request. There's something I pitched, and it's just a process. And like I said that I wanted to, so my basically I pitched like a fish in foil dinner, like a campfire dinner, but in the oven. They came back and were like, can you do the, like, can you, like, we like that, but like the simplicity of this, can you just do this in a baking dish instead? Like, and in the notes, you can like tell like how you would do this in foil. So basically my thought was, how can I, and this is, okay, are you ready? This is going to be sexist. How can I make a dish that dad can just put in the oven and not fuck up? That's it. That was the motivation. That is making the assumption that mom is the one doing the cooking. Port says, I accept this level of sexism. Ports, are you, I believe that it's not your place to accept or decline the level of sexism coming from a man. I'll leave it at that. Let me rephrase that. It wasn't directed at you. I was, I suppose, yeah. Anyway, we're going to move along from that. Tatsu, hello. Bellanissima, welcome in. Thank you for the shout out. Bellanissima, fellow food and drink streamer. A person whose commentary I particularly enjoy. Live commentary. Yes, thank you for the shout out. Cover the baking dish in foil. Liz, see, that's my issue is I actually have been covering the baking dish in foil. Like, the thing is that it's working. You cover the dish in foil, you like steam it for a little while, then you take the foil off and it works. The issue is that in the original dish, meaning a foil packet, right? It steams the whole time and it's over a fire. So if you, the way I do it, it doesn't get charred, but you could char it if you just use foil. My issue is that it's taking a really long time. And when you make things you cover them in foil, it takes longer for the interior air in the dish to heat up. So the change that I'm going to make today is literally just not using the foil. Like, I'm going to make it the same way, but I'm not going to cover it in foil. Here's what I think. My bet is that, and the other thing is the potatoes have gotten mushy, a little mushy. So here's my bet. My bet is there's going to be enough liquid that comes out of the fish, that comes out of the vegetables, that it will be fine. The fish is not going to dry out. There's enough added liquid from the oil and the butter that's going in there. And I believe that not covering it will make the potatoes stay a little, or will keep the potatoes from being a little mushy. Like, this is so simple, right? This is one of those dishes that, like, you know, you really can just throw it in a baking dish and just cook it until it's done. I just want it to take less time than it has been. And I think that taking the foil off will cut the time down and also make the potatoes keep the potatoes from getting as soft as they have been. And I think it'll cook quicker, honestly. Also, I'm going to increase the heat by 25 degrees. Tatsu says a consensus stress and frustration. Well, the fortunate thing for me is that I love this dish. We've eaten it twice now. We're going to eat it again for dinner tonight. And like, it's literally fish and vegetables. It's the simplest thing you could possibly make. We made it as a kid all the time. I'm not a dad, but I did do all the cooking in our household. Valid. I was thinking more when I said it wasn't directed at you. I was thinking about the implication that what I said might imply that mom / the feminine presenting person in the household should be responsible for the cooking. You sound very stressed. I mean, it's one of those things where I worry that I'm going to feed this to my family again for dinner and they're going to be like, no, stop it. We don't want this again. But both times we've had it, they've both been like, this is really good. So it's fine. Also, it's an easy dinner, you know. Jane Henry, welcome in. Jane, it's good to see you. I hope you were doing so well. So thank you for the shout out for Jane. Jane, is a fellow food and drink streamer, but also just like a lovely human whose commentary I also appreciate whenever I get to lurk in Jane's stream. A fellow chef and home cook, a minister, as I perceive you, a very patient human being, which we're practicing. We're practicing that. Okay, sorry. My brain was just like, my brain literally derailed me off of stream to a text message I got earlier today. It was I have to pre-register for my therapy every time I have to go. Anyway, and I forgot, I didn't click the link in the text. The individual might be the problem and not the gender. Right? Let dad practice, Tatsu says. Right. See, the thing is, I had the thought, I was like, I'm just going to try to make this easy. But also, like, listen, if your partner is like incapable of the thing, they will learn. You don't need to walk them through it every time. Part of the issue of the mental load that people carry is understanding that they feel like their partner's not going to do it the right way, or that the other person is not going to do something the right way, and that teaching them would be too difficult. And so you're going to do it myself. Anyway, the mental load. Lots of good Instagrammers talk about the mental load. I enjoy it. Maybe we need to go outside and build a fire. Yeah, maybe. Quopi, welcome in. I would love that. See, initially, I can't be like, first build a fire. Liz, I had this, okay, so We're gonna do the shells first. First pass at this recipe was oven at 350, bake for an indeterminate amount of time. So I didn't know. That didn't work very well. Next, I put the oven at 425. I covered it in foil, and it still took almost 40 minutes total. 45. 25 with the foil. No, it was 50 minutes, sorry. So it took even more. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna put the oven at either 425 or 450, but I'm not covering it. I'm not covering it today. No foil on top. We're just gonna because the fish is on the bottom and the potatoes are on the top. So the potatoes should get more air. I don't know. We'll see. We're working through it. Give it to the neighborhood fridge. Liz, I would. This is one where I don't think I could package it very well. Also, I would eat this entire tray myself. Like, we'll just start with that. The men need the recipe they can't mess up too badly. I mean, generally speaking, I was also not just. Well, we're gonna pull it back from the sexist part of that conversation and just say I was also thinking of something that anybody who meal preps could just meal prep a bunch of these packets and put them in the freezer and then pop them in the oven while they like go take a shower and then come down and have dinner ready. Right? High praise. Which part? I did mean all of it. But Jane, I always appreciate, Jane, your vibe on stream is like so good. I just have to imagine that you would be really like a lovely human to hang out with in like a long form, like in-person situation. Like, I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Yeah, I was going to say incompetent, but, you know, incapable implies the availability for improvement. You're sure you got the cookies. Good. You're good. I was like, I hope you appreciated the brevity of the name that I put on the box. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Cool shirt. Thank you. I got this from a friend's friend. I don't know. They're just a screen printer / artist. I don't know if it means anything or any of that, but it is, I like this shirt. I'm wearing this shirt because the one I was wearing, I accidentally sprayed dish soap all over after I hit go live, and I had to race upstairs and find a new shirt. And I had to find a new hat because my other hat matched the shirt that I had on, and none of it matched. So I had to like do a full outfit change. So I was a little flustered. Anyway, I love that kind of food. You shower and you come back and it's done. Exactly. I love that too. Yesterday I put soup on the stove and went to the grocery store. Okay, so we have the fish situation like handled. I think this is handled. Purple vibes. Thank you. See, I was trying to match the hat and the shirt, right? We got purple on both. And I was gonna wear my sweater, but then I forgot to put my sweater back on. And so I was gonna wear my sweater, but hoodie. I was gonna wear that and then I just didn't, and now I'm cold. It's because the heat's not on in the house. And so I turned the oven on and hopefully that'll like spill out a little bit. Anyway, purple. Yeah, maybe the color balance is a little off today. Hold on. Oh, now it's really off. No, that's about the actual color. It is a very light purple. Okay. So we're going to do the fish recipe in a little bit. I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Or it'll be burnt. Whatever. It's not going to burn. I'm not going to let it burn. My goal is I don't want frozen fish and bags of frozen vegetables to take 50 minutes to cook. That's what I don't want in the oven. Because I could cook all of those things maybe not the fish, that would be not great. But I bet you if you gave me 10 minutes I could cook every single one of those things to the point where it was ready to serve and hot. Yeah, 10 minutes. It should not take 50 minutes in a baking dish in the oven. I think that it just needs to be higher heat and uncovered so that the heat just spills into it right away, and then it doesn't take 15 minutes for the air, the insulated air between the foil and the fish to warm up. Because when we made it on Sunday, first off, I had Calvin follow the recipe that I wrote. So I know that it's easy to put together. I had a 10-year-old do it. And he kept asking me, is this how I do it? Is this how I do it? And I was like, I'm right next to you. If you mess it up, I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to let you mess it up, but I need you to stop asking me questions. Just trust yourself and try it. That's what I'm asking you. We talk about the mental load. That's why people don't assign tasks to other people, because they don't want to answer a million questions. Anyway, he's 10, so it's fine. If I was an adult, if another adult was in the room trying to make that recipe, I would be like, you're not going to mess it up. There's no way you can mess it up. You don't even have to do it in the same order. Just take all the things that are on this list and put them in the pan. That's it. That's all you need to do. Will a sheet pan speed up the cooking time? Yeah, a sheet pan would probably speed up the cooking time. It's metal. It would conduct heat more. It might. And if this doesn't quite work the way I want it to, I might do like a hard cut to a sheet pan. We'll see. We might be having this for dinner tomorrow night too. First, though, we are going to do this other recipe, which I know takes longer. It takes longer to assemble. So we're gonna make this. This is a loaded baked potato stuffed shell. This one actually has a few steps to it. And I am making an attempt at giving a good, like, exact order of things to cut the time down. Because you have to prep 3 ingredients to get to the point where you can assemble this dish. Once you assemble it, it's all fairly straightforward. So let's read through this. I'm going to read through it and make sure I didn't miss something. Because there are some steps here. I also need to write down what I need for this. In order to actually write this recipe. Because we use, I'm using instant mashed potatoes for this, but if you have leftover potato, my thought was this would be a great recipe if you have leftover potatoes. And so I need to know, like, how many cups of mashed potato I'm ending up with. Okay, so I have, here's my needs for this. I have some fill in the blanks on here. So here's the recipe as it stands. Let's get these things out while I'm saying the ingredients. Shredded potatoes. Beautiful, Soflove. What, was this like a hash or like hash brown type of situation? That sounds great. What happens in those first couple months, Shart, are completely forgiven 100%. 100%. What happens in the whole, there's like a span of like 9 months, and then another span of like a year. Basically, from the initial 9 months to term, and then until the kid starts sleeping through the night, forgiven 100%. Whatever happens. It's like you're just in the trenches. That's how it works. There's no, yeah. Everybody does some stuff during that time that they're just like, what did I even do? Why am I like this? Oh, Ports, that sounds great. Clarified butter. Oh my God. I wish. I wish clarified butter is an ingredient that I love using, but I don't ever write recipes with it because it's like not, I mean, I guess I would, but it's a little complicated unless you buy it. It's like clarifying, just like browning butter. I wouldn't have you do that for a recipe, generally speaking. Okay, so 1 12-ounce box of jumbo shells. So we're getting our ingredients out first. 6 green onions, those are on the counter, over on the, no. Those are on the sink ledge. An 8-ounce package of shredded cheddar cheese. Okay, I am going to use a block of cheddar cheese and I'm going to shred it today. The reason that I'm doing that is I just want to see the difference in the melting and browning. So we have either an 8-ounce bag of shredded cheddar cheese or an 8-ounce block. Now these come in the same volume, which is great. So it really doesn't matter all that much. Let me just confirm this bag is 8 ounces. Yeah, 8 ounces. 8 ounces in the bag, 8 ounces on the block. Both fine. 8 ounces of sour cream. 1 16-ounce package of bacon. Oh, I need to write that it's cooked on here. Like, I know that that's a minor detail, but one of the things that I am aware of is that if you don't, because it just says chopped. Like if you just chop the raw bacon and mix it in here, it's not going to cook, and then you end up with like potatoes or with raw bacon in it. Sofo says, I pan-fried the shredded potatoes a bit, mixed in a bit of cream cheese, put it in a baking dish, topped with the cheese and bacon, and heated it till bubbly, and topped with sour cream and green onion. That sounds phenomenal. That sounds like a hash brown mix of things, and I love it. Carly, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. That does sound really good. Okay, so preheat oven to 400. So the first time I did this, I had the oven at 350. So we're bumping the temp here by a bit. The reason is everything in this dish is cooked already. I need it to be heated through and I want the cheese to melt. That's really it. The first time I did this, it took 40 minutes, which was too long. So we're going to pop the oven up to 400. I had it at 350. Now it's at 400. Okay, so preheated. Prepare the step 1. Spray a 9x13 coat a thin layer of olive oil. Prepare the pasta, potatoes, and bacon. So in this, I haven't figured out the language around this yet. I need to like tighten it up quite a bit. But I have some notes on here of what you should do first and what you should do second. essentially. So first thing I want to do is set a big pot of water to boil on the stove. Because we are basically trying to, we have to make some pasta. We make pasta, we make bacon, and prep the potatoes. Sort of all of that happens at the same time. Oh, potatoes. I need my potatoes. Where did they go? Here they are. Wait, did I? Oh, shit's falling. Did I put? Oh, 3 4-ounce packets of powdered mashed potatoes. We have 3 4-ounce packets of powdered mashed potatoes. Last time I made 3 individual packets of potatoes because I wasn't sure how much I needed. This time, we're not going to do that. We're going to make all of the potatoes at the same time because they all have the exact same directions. Basically, each of these needs 2 cups of boiling water. So, we're going to make all of these at once because I know I'm going to use all of them because last time I made all 3 and I used all of them. So we're going to do that. I think okay, so this is a large pot of boiling water. Actually, I have 2. I'm going to put 2 pots of water on the stove. One is going to be for my pasta. The other one is going to be for my, I'm going to salt my pasta water. The other one is going to be for the potatoes. And what I think we're going to do is just make the potatoes in this pot because this should hold all of those potatoes. Now, I'm going to make them in here. I am going to dirty another dish. I'm going to dirty several other dishes after this, though, because I need to measure the total volume of the potatoes once they are finished. Now, in order to do that, I need to figure out how much this pot weighs first before I even put anything in it. And I need to do that imagining that this pot is hot and filled with potatoes. So we need a trivet, we need a pot. So this is zeroed out. Okay, good. So the pot plus the trivet weigh 1,000, pot plus trivet are 1,325 grams. Okay, great. Broccoli, welcome in. Nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. Okay, so I need 6 cups of water in this bowl, or in this pot, and then we're going to put that on the stove. So let's measure out 6 cups of water. That's 2. That's 4. It is 6. All right. 2, 4, 6. Okay, so we're making these. I'm going to put that pot on the stove. So we have a pot for the pasta and a pot for the potatoes. I'm going to put a lid on the pasta pot so that it boils quicker. Now all of that is on the stove. We need to put our bacon in the oven because that is step number 2. We have pasta here, potatoes here, and bacon in the oven. Bellanissima, bacon in the oven is the best way to make bacon because it's hands off. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I love bacon in the oven. I'm going to make it a little slightly differently than I did last time today. Last time I followed what the directions on the package said, which was fine. Today, I'm just going to make it the way I prefer it. Because I want to. And that's the end of that sentence. I prefer making bacon on the tray. I prefer making it on a rack above the tray, so the fat all just kind of drips off of it and it's not just like basting in its own fat. I think it just makes it nicer for my personal taste. I'm not saying it's better or worse. It's just sort of how I kind of like it. I don't know. Yeah, Velos, and it all the nice thing about it is it all cooks at the same time. It's all exactly the same level of done when you get to the end. Generally speaking, it is a little straighter, which, we don't love that, but like, we're talking about bacon. We're talking about bacon. What did I do? Okay. I saw something on the internet the other day. Carol, welcome in on YouTube. Happy Tuesday. It was someone who just like tossed all of the bacon in the pan at once, just like in a block like this, and just stirred it around like spaghetti, and it all cooked fine, just fine. And I was like, what kind of witchcraft is this? What are you doing? It seemed to work though. I wouldn't try it because that's not my method. But yeah, Belle, I like the not having to stir it. I don't like having to interact with the bacon after this part. I just like when it's done and then I like take it out of the oven. The whole like put it in the pan and then it spits at you and it's like splatters everywhere. You got fucking smoke all over the house. It's annoying. It is annoying. I don't love it. Broccoli said the cookies were delicious. Cayenne, maybe. They had sriracha in them. The garlic cookies that I make do have cayenne, but the ones that I sent were sriracha. You did detect a little pepper, though. Fudge Darling, welcome in. Fudge Darling, thank you for the postcard. I appreciate it. I picked it up at the post office when I mailed the cookies on Friday. Gotta put it in straight out of the fridge. If not, you get bacon bits. I enjoy bacon, but I want it to be as easy as possible to cook. That's really all. That's like the net of it for me, is like, I don't want it to, like, it's when it's complicated and you have to like watch it and then rotate it and then like put it on a paper towel. And I'm just like, fuck that. Just, okay, I don't want it. I was thinking about just using bacon bits for this. And I do think that I will provide a substitute option to use like a similar amount of bacon bits. But I don't think I need to test it that way, honestly, because it's all just like not cooked. Like, I'm just gonna say, like, if you want to use bacon bits, go ahead. Like, that's just the move. Like, feel free. Yeah, it is. Belle, this is a lot easier. Like, the oil and fat to me is just like, it turns into an annoying process. Now, this, I am kind of like overlapping it a little bit, so it's not going to get as, nice and crispy per se. Pedro Dove, it's going great. Welcome in. It's going well. We're working on some new recipes today. They're not new recipes. We're working on They are new in the sense that they haven't been published or even finalized yet, so they're still in process. But we worked on them on Tuesday of last week, and now I'm sort of dialing them in. We're dialing them in. That's the goal today. Catalina, welcome in. Almost like summer, right? Is the stream delayed? No, yeah, it's probably delayed somewhere between 3 to 45 seconds, depending on your connection and I don't know, and Twitch, but there's no intentional delay. I am reading chats late. Yeah, late. I'm reading chats when my brain catches up to that place in chat. Yes, the cookies looked amazing. Thank you. I hope they were. I mean, I feel like they were. They, the ones that I have in the cabinet here remained chewy, which I loved. They were not thin enough to be super crispy. Okay, so we have bacon in the oven. So let's prep while we're waiting. So we're waiting for, isn't it hot? No, it's still below freezing here, as it has been for several weeks now. And the heat is not on in my house. So how can I wear the cap? Because otherwise I'm cold. It's not cold in the house, specifically. Yeah, I mean, it might be 2. I think it was supposed to actually get up to 2 today, Celsius, 35 Fahrenheit. Maybe, but it's been like the high temperature that we've had in the past 2 weeks has been like -2 Celsius. That's not true. It got above freezing for like 2 hours. Going to be hot around that stove. Oh, thank you. Oh wait, yes, physically, yes. Yes, I will be. That's the point. Oh shit, I didn't put a timer on for the bacon. Actually, I don't need a timer. I'm not like timing it. There's no cook bacon for 10 minutes note on here. It's just cook bacon per package directions. That's it. That's what I'm calling for, because we're not doing the whole here's how to cook bacon thing in this recipe. Like, there's literally directions on every box of bacon or every package of bacon that you have. So the confidence is overboiling. I was going to say like the pasta water, but maybe never mind. That was not okay. Here we are. Hello. Fellow says we finally got above freezing. 6 weeks of single digit temps. Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's supposed to be above freezing for the first time today here in Philly. I don't know if it got there. But it's supposed to be above freezing at least once a day now for the next like couple days. So I'm excited for that. Going camping coming up. Thursday is going to be a trip prep stream, so I'm hoping it gets a little above freezing. At least while we're out camping. That would be nice. If not, then we'll just be cold like the last time. Right? Troy, I'm glad you got them. I walked into the post office and Lisa was like, "Do you have a box for Troy?" And I was like, "I do." And she was like, "All right, give me that." So we made the connection. It's 721 seconds. I'm trying to do the math on that. Is that like 10 minutes? Warm air from Indiana. Nice. It is supposed to warm up this weekend quite a bit though. So, Catalina, I love mashed. It's like mashed potato season, right? I feel like it is the time now where mashed potatoes are in. Not enough to melt the ice, broccoli. Yeah, I know. It's been bad here. There was a really funny article in the Philadelphia Inquirer. It's our paper of record here in Philadelphia. There's a tradition here in Philly of folks saving their parking spot. So basically, it snows, right? You shovel out your parking spot, and you move your car to go to wherever it is you're going, and you put something in the spot, parking, like a chair, trash cans, something like that. So that, because like you shoveled out the spot, right? The thought is like, I put the effort in here to make this spot mine, so I'm gonna like make it mine, right? I'm gonna like keep it. I have the right to it. Is essentially what that implies. But the thing is, one, that's not technically allowed. Two, it's not legally allowed either. And three, as the Inquirer astutely pointed out, things kind of break down when it does not get above freezing and the snow doesn't melt for weeks at a time. Because people are still saving their spots, right? And it's like, listen, you shoveled that shit out once 2 weeks ago. You don't have any right to that anymore. It's a street parking. And like part of it is the city like didn't plow, right? They didn't like completely plow either. So there's people who are like super hostile over it. It's not good. It's really not good. But the Inquirer was basically like pointing out that okay, this hasn't really happened before. What do we do now? What do we do now that it's weeks later and people are still trying to save spots with chairs? Because you usually that only lasts for like a day or two till it melts. You know what I mean? Parking Karens, kind of more to the point. It's like they just, you shoveled out of space, and parking's hard. Like if you live in South Philly or North Philly, or basically if you live anywhere in Philly that doesn't have a dedicated parking spot, it can be very difficult to get a parking spot. And if you shovel out your spot and it's snowy and other people are like leaving their cars there, that type of thing, it gets dicey because like you did shovel out the spot. You put the effort forth. And there's plenty of people who are like, I don't believe that should be allowed, but there's no fucking way I'm going to take someone else's parking spot. Because they'll key your car or they'll like slash your tires. Like people are vicious about it. You park in if you move someone's lawn chair and you and take their spot with your car, you know what's there? Your car. And they will definitely, there are some people who will definitely do something to your car. So there's about 3 cups. I was measuring out what the volume of shredded cheese is in case you happen to have like a big block of cheddar cheese. And that is about 3 cups. Okay, cool. So cheese is ready to go. Yeah, 4 hours of shoveling. I mean, to be fair, like, yeah, the effort's there. And parking is more limited after it snows. There is less parking. And it's harder because like there's big snowbanks between spots, like it gets bad. Yeah, Troy, there's no space to park. Right. It's like there's nowhere to park in Manayunk either. If you get into Manayunk after like 4:55 p.m., You can't park there either. Parking is fine in the city if you're somewhere in the middle of the day. Basically, like between commuting hours, you can park wherever. Otherwise, it's hard. Oh, Troy, I'm sorry. That's annoying. That's really annoying to have to deal with a broken window. And stolen stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Arrive at 6. You know, that tracks. And if you park somewhere you shouldn't and you get towed, that's worse. So, okay, water is just about to be boiling for my mashed potatoes. So we're gonna take just a moment where I like sort of keep looking back at them, because otherwise I'm gonna miss the window, and I don't want to get the, I don't want to overcook the potatoes, or not overcook. I don't want the water to be boiling for a long time, because I put exactly the right amount in there. Okay, 6 green onions sliced into rounds, about 3/4 cups worth of green onion. Okay, so we're gonna weigh that also. Now, last time I started, so I'm basically, this time around, I am using the volumes that I ended up with last time. So last time I sliced 3 green onions to start, and it wasn't enough. So I like sliced, another one and then 2 more. So the thing that I'm making sure of this time is that my volumes are correct. Yeah, and Troy, Manioc is awful in general. Everything's super narrow. It's residential. Nobody has a driveway, like, or rather, like, there's no, yeah, Manioc's just awful to park in. Philly in general is not great for parking, although a lot of people drive. I've noticed that a lot more people are using the bus now, and I just connected those things the other day. Yesterday, in fact, when I was like, why is everybody using the bus? And then I was like, wait, it's because they don't want to move their car. They don't want to lose that spot that they have. They have a parking spot near their place, and they just don't want to lose it, because a lot of people would otherwise be driving to work. They would just like drive into the city, drive down to Center City or whatever. Okay, so we add 2 cups of water to a heat-resistant bowl. Entire pouch of potatoes, mix thoroughly. Entire pouch of 2 cups, 2 cups, 2 cups. Okay, so I have 6 cups of water in here. It is a boil right now. Let's open these potatoes, and then we're gonna make all of these at once, because I'm pretty sure you can do that. I don't see why that would be a problem. Yeah, yeah, working overnights. Well, yeah, because SEPTA also doesn't run at night. Well, some of it doesn't run at night. Some of it does, but yes. Broccoli. Yeah, I was thinking about the grocery store situation. I was out to get groceries the other day, and I did drive. And I was like, I am going to the grocery store with the parking lot, because I know that that's the one that's going to have, they're going to have plowed it. And they did. And I was right. But often I'll go to like just a grocery store that I want in the city, that has like, that I know will have the things that I'm looking for. This particular time I was like, I am going to the one that just has parking. That's the most important aspect at this exact moment. Okay, so we're stirring in all of these potatoes. We got it. Woo! Man, that's like watching magic happen, y'all. Honestly, that's an intense reaction there. Carly says, I lost the game of shoveling chicken with my shared drive neighbor. We were parking in the street and I got ticketed, so I lost. Oh no. Had to buy a new one. That sucks. That definitely sucks. I'm sorry. I watched someone the other day who had parked out on the street somewhere, and they were, it wasn't like near their house, because I was watching them. They had like a backpack. They were carrying a bunch of stuff to their car, and they had a snow shovel to dig their car out. This was like 3 days ago, by the way. It snowed a week and a half ago. It's been below freezing here since then. It's not snow anymore. These are large ice cubes. It's just ice. And I watched this person, like, they put their stuff in the car. They turned the car on to warm it up. There's, snow this, a foot and a half deep all around their car. And they went to shovel it with this plastic snow shovel. And they like tried to jam the shovel in. First thing, and it just cracked. The shovel cracked. It broke the shovel and it broke off the handle. And the person just looked so defeated. And I was just like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was funny. I mean, it was one of those like, oh my God. I'm so like I felt really bad for them. Can I be really petty though? It was definitely one of those like finance bros who was just wearing a vest and not an actual jacket and had khakis on, and I was like, haha. Fuck you. So I didn't feel that bad. Just a little bit petty. I can be petty. I'm allowed to be petty. And also, I was like, don't park your car in the neighborhood. You literally, you do not live here. You do not live here. Yeah, man, whatever. I don't really care. When you see a proper humbling in the wild, I know. I was like, that was a good one. Your boss showed up with a shovel? That's nice, and also, like, man, they really like you. They'd really like you to come to work. Petty is fun. Listen, sometimes we can just be petty. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I am. Yeah, Troy, but maybe just walk to the gym and then don't get on the treadmill all that. Don't get on the treadmill as much. I love the people who park in a neighborhood with a lot, like generally like not a lot of cars in it, and then take the bus into Center City. I've definitely seen that happen a bunch, which I think is kind of, it's both smart and frustrating as someone who doesn't want those people to park in the neighborhood. So I guess we'll just go with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green onions. That's what we're going for today. 6 green onions. That's a lot of green onions. Save your rubber bands. Save your rubber bands. Even the crappy ones have their place. My boss's show, he's like old school Italian from Brooklyn who wouldn't even let me help shovel. He made me watch. Okay. Sometimes you got to make gender roles work for you. Carl, you know what's really funny? I saw one of my favorite memes is if you've ever seen the meme format of like the person like lying on the ground and then sort of like a spirit floating right above them, right? One of my favorite versions of that meme is it was like the feminism leaving my body when, And this would be a great example of that. Like the feminism leaving my body when it's time to shovel snow. So flip, yeah. I mean, it's definitely a good, I've done that too. I think I get annoyed when people do it for like work, when they're like, I'm going to park here every day and take the bus in, versus like when I would do that to go to like baseball games as a high schooler. You know, you park and then you like take the bus and go. And that's, I don't know. When it becomes sort of like when you see the same car and you know that that person doesn't live in the neighborhood every single day, it's like frustrating. I don't know. I guess I don't really care. Mike says a rubber band in the junk drawer is a rubber band not in landfills. It's a rubber band that's going to get used. A rubber band in the junk drawer is a rubber band that's not on the counter getting ingested by a cat. So there's that. For what it's worth, some leftist guys love to use their liberal views as an excuse not to be nice to women, which much to consider. Right? Like, what is that? How does that work? I mean, obviously it doesn't, but like that's weird. I think that I've done a good job culling the like sexist men from my life, which is not difficult to do when you live in a giant like liberal city. I feel like if I lived out somewhere a little more, what's the right word, conservative, it would be harder. I feel like I would probably have less friends. Broccoli says, I slogged my way to the train station to take the train to New York to get to work, wearing ski overalls. And the office decided to close at 10:30. Oh my God. Yeah, and then you just didn't know. Oh my God. Yeah, the era of not knowing that something was canceled until you get there is, mercifully, that's like relatively over now. I feel like we have a lot better visibility. Some things about this age are good. He grew up in a culture that values women. I think there's a difference. I'm reaching, ladies. I mean, I don't, that question wasn't directed at me. I also think that there's not necessarily, Carly, I look at it this way, right? Like, yes, the gesture is nice and appreciated. And I don't think that he thinks that you can't do it either. But if it were the other way around, and it was like, is he going to take other tasks off of your plate, or is that just the masculine coded task? Does he refill the coffee machine at work? Or like, does he do like the secretarial stuff? Because maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm just like, now maybe I'm reaching, right? I'm putting my bros on trial. Are you at work right now? Are you lurking? Is this going through the VPN? Oh, he makes balloon arches. Okay. I mean, I do think I think that for some people it manifests positively, and for some people that could manifest as a like, this is just the man's job, and like, yes, you could do it, but I'm supposed to do it, and like, I don't know. I guess everyone's a little different, shockingly. I skipped work today. I wasn't feeling great. Perfect. Even better. Even better. Okay, hold on. We have my water is boiling. Short says the feminism leaving my body when it's time to mow the lawn. Oh my god. It's really funny in our house, so where I live with Gwen and I, there are certain things that we have jokes. She'll be like, that's a blue job. Like that's or like that's a pink job. And every time she's like, that's a blue job, I'm like, it's on you then. I'm like, girl, that's yours. I'm like, I'm not like doing anything with the drill in this house. You can do that. But certain things, yeah, there's certain things that she's just like, that I'm just like, whatever about. And she's just like, no, I'm not doing that. Moving spiders out of the house comes to mind. That is a me job. The feminism leaving her body when it comes to a spider being on the wall. Originally, pink was a boy's color. And somewhere along the way that it got gendered out differently. Okay, we have about 3/4 cups of green onions here. 33 grams. Yeah, last time it was 45 grams. So we're within 10 grams. The eco-anarchist entering my body when I kill my lawn and replace it with native plants so I don't have to mow it. Carly, there's a large number of reasons that I don't want to live in a suburb area. And to Shart's point, the HOA, like having to maintain a lawn is one of them. I've said to Gwen so many times, Dr. Hex Mikey, I have no idea why it got gendered out. Honestly, I do know that shifted at some point. I've said to Gwen so many times, I'm like, I'm willing to leave the city. One, I'd prefer to go somewhere that's like way out. Like way out into like the very far nether regions of like rural areas. That'd be my preference. I'd like to live somewhere where I don't have to see other people or houses around me. That's the goal. I don't want to live like I live in the city, like in a row home style home. Like there's a human who lives on the other side of this wall that, you know, is a different house. If it's not this and me being able to like walk out my door to get somewhere, I want to live somewhere that's like totally out of it. That'd be my preference. But I've said to Gwen so many times, I was like, if we ever move to a suburb in any capacity, like I want you to know definitively that I am never mowing the lawn. That is not my job. I am not going to do it. I want nothing to do with it. Nothing. I'm not mowing the lawn. I'm not raking leaves. I am not doing it. So unless you're willing to do that, like there are certain places that we are not going to be able to live because I'm not going to do it. I refuse. Bradley says that your HOA got evil because they hired a management company. Yeah. I think my dad joined the board of his HOA, or finally like got on the board of the HOA where he lives, like out of spite. I don't think he actually cared enough that he like wanted to be altruistic. He just didn't like any of the people that were on the board. And was like, it was like pure pettiness. Creme Delish, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Spite is such a powerful motivator. Oh my God. I love it. It's one of my favorite motivators, honestly. HOAs can be good and bad. you couldn't water your front lawn because of the water shortage, and the entire block had dried up lawns with the exception of this one house. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, I guess they can be good or bad, but like in my dad's house, like they weren't allowed to have like bird feeders because it was like these old condo rules. And he lives in a house, but it was like rules from a condo where like houses were on top of it, like literally vertically. And then, you know, if you had bird feeders, there would be like bird crap on your neighbor's deck underneath of you. But like, that's not even a real, that's not a thing that happens when you don't have, when you're just like a standalone house. And yet the rule still existed. It's like, stuff like that is so annoying. Carly says they're not common where you are. They're not common here. I know that. We don't have HOAs in the city. You own your house, you just do what the hell you want with it. The only HOAs are the ones in townhouses or Toll Brothers subdivisions. That's kind of, yeah, Toll Brothers. Yikes. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I say yikes, but I mean it. All right, I'm also going to count the number of shells in the box because that's a thing that I want to do. They force you to paint your basketball goals green and brown. Oh my God. Like, seriously, who cares? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. These two are locked together. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 37. And we got some broken ones in here. Okay, so we're going to set a timer for 12 minutes, as the box says. For perfect pasta, cook for 10 minutes. It says 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to hit start and dump these shells, and then we're going to check the bacon. All right, so these are in and good to go. And give these a little stir so they don't stick to the bottom. There we go. When those are done, I'm going to put them in the colander, which is already over by the sink because I washed it before stream. I'm not saving any of the pasta water because I don't need that. I'm going to put them in this bowl and toss this with olive oil. Okay, good. We got it. Bacon. Bacon is done. I don't know how long the bacon was in there. Bacon was in for 30 minutes. That's a long time to cook bacon. It's definitely finished. It looks good though. And we're gonna, hold on. Yeah. We're gonna take this and put this off on a plate. I'm going to put the bacon grease into a mug. The mug I have, it's already in the oven. No, it's in the fridge. The not oven, the other thing that's not the oven, the refrigerator. The bacon, I'm just going to let it cool down for a few moments here, and then we're going to chop this. It doesn't need to be. This is like a string. Huh. I don't know. It was like a wispy thing. I don't think it was hair, but. Bellinismus says, if I had a ride-on lawnmower, I would mow the lawn. You know, I wouldn't. I still wouldn't. Mainly because I don't love a lawn at all. I don't even like the idea of a lawn. I just want there to be a bunch of trees and plants. And I hate that. I hate all of I hate the idea that I have to just go maintain this like tiny little patch of non-native plant life to appease some cosmetic scenario. I love that. I mean, a ride-on mower, to be honest, seems fun. I have ridden a ride-on mower a bunch. I balk at like the whole idea of a lawn, like the concept of a lawn. The tractor isn't a one-trick pony. I mean, tractors could be fun too. There's like the fun aspect of riding it. And then there's the like having to do it over and over. I would like to do it once. Some homeowners don't fumigate their houses so the bugs move in from my neighbor's house, right? Yikes, rats. Yeah, like I said, there's good and bad aspects of it. I think it also, like, it's nice to have some rules in, like, when you're living in close proximity to other people. And it's also frustrating when those rules are, like, arbitrary and don't seem to be applicable. Just shy of 7 acres, Broccoli says. The house is big and we have a barn, a pool, and a pond. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I would just let all of that turn into meadow. I would let all of it turn into a meadow. Credulous says we have an acre of weeds. Exactly. That's exactly what I want. An acre of weeds. Dr. Hex Monkey, interesting, very interesting. I bet I haven't ever really looked into like the color theories. I know that for a long time, pink was like royal, or not royal, like purple was royal. I guess it still is. Like pink was a male color. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, it's also silly anyway. I get annoyed when there's any sort of talk about that, like this is a boy thing versus a girl thing, unless you're talking about like physicality, like biological markers, that type of thing. Like, I don't know. And even then, like sex is one thing and gender is something completely different. So, the way that we relate like blue is for boys is so ridiculous to me. A tractor. I mean, a tractor definitely sounds fun. I don't have a lawn or a farm. I don't even have a lawn. I don't have grass. I have none of that to maintain, and I'm thankful for it all the time. Just have cows. That would also be great. That sounds great. Or goats. May I ask a food-related, unrelated question? Always. Yes. You can ask a question, period. Food-related or not. I enjoy the chatting aspect. Did I ever drink my coffee? I did. I guess it's gone. I did. I stood here and drank the whole damn thing as I was chatting. Like, why don't I even remember that? Oh, I don't know. My body says I drank it, though, because I'm like feeling good. How many shells was that? 30 some? I said I was going to count them, and then I literally didn't write it down. How do I feel about trans people? They exist. How do I feel about them? The same way I feel about anyone on the gender sex spectrum, which is just be a nice person and you're cool with me. How do I feel about people who have something to say about trans people? Negatively. Aggressively negatively. Aggressively negative. People are people. Exactly. Okay. But I also think, you know, it's you know, when we talk about it, I think that hey, like I'm a white guy. I got societal privilege that has been assigned to me based on, you know, literally thousands of years of subjugation. So I also think that as that person who presents in the way that I do, I have the obligation to not do like the all lives matter type of thing, I have the obligation to be like, hey, like, yes, and like these folks who are experiencing being put down, being relegated to certain places in society, like exist and like have a right to be there. So like, I agree that people are people. And I also think that people who have less power than you do, you have the obligation to speak out for them. So yes. Paulina says, I have kimchi that is somehow too salty. Do you have any suggestions for what I could do to balance it out? You know, oh man, I don't. Kimchi is, I am significantly out of my depth cooking with kimchi, or like managing it. I love eating it, and I know when it's good and bad. It's kind of like pickles. I haven't really made them or experienced them, but like if I eat a good one, I'm like, damn, that's a good pickle. And if I don't, and if it's not a good pickle, I'm like, ugh, that was not great. Same thing with kimchi, which is also like kind of pickled. I don't. Rim Job Short says add sugar. Yeah, not just accept manufacturer consent for harm to marginalized groups. Like, right, actively. It's like when you. And Krem, I know that you're a good person, and I didn't want to like, please don't like take that as like me saying like you said something wrong. So I just want to like be super clear about that. But it's like when someone says like all lives matter, then it gets to that place where you're like, okay, but some people don't experience their life the same way you do. And so you can't, if everyone isn't equal, like, yes, you can say that, and it is true, but it doesn't acknowledge the differences that people experience in their everyday life, in the way that, you know, what's available to them culturally, societally, privilege-wise, like, it doesn't acknowledge that. So when you say, for example, like Black Lives Matter, that's acknowledging that this set of people has a different experience, and that we need to say that directly, because otherwise it's like inclusive of you, the person who experiencing privilege. That's, yeah, ignores the harm that is specifically directed at the Black community. Yes, that is exactly, yeah, that is a lot better way of saying exactly what I was trying to say. Yes. Okay, timer just went off. 37 shells. Thank you. We have 37 shells. And yeah, we do experience, you know, we do sort of, everybody experiences hardship, you know, in their own ways. And it's not to say that, you know, someone's experience is wholly positive, or wholly negative. Okay, these, oof, yeah, shocking. Those are hot. All right, these are ready to go. I need to get these off the thing. But your oven mitt was a giant lobster. It could be. It does kind of look like that. Okay, we do need to get these off. These are ready to go. I'm going to take the shells. We're going to drain them now. And then we're going to toss them with a little bit of oil so that they don't stick together. So we're going to take them out of this bowl. It is time for a new colander, y'all. This colander used to have handles on it, and it doesn't anymore. And now it's, because it's metal, the whole thing gets hot, and I can't like pick it up as easily. So it used to have two handles, and then one of them broke halfway, and then it came off, and then the other one was fine for a while, but now the other one's halfway broken, and I'm just like, all right, it's time. I got that one at the grocery store like decades ago, like 20 years ago. So All right, these are greasy. I just put a little bit of olive oil in here and these are ready to go. Okay, so we have our potatoes ready, our shells are ready, our cheese is ready, our green onions are ready. I need to chop this bacon up and then that'll be better, like better. Then it'll be ready. So we're gonna chop that bacon. Let's measure how many, we're gonna measure the volume of this bacon as well. Not just the, not just the number of strips. Okay, I'm also going to put about 3/4 of these green onions into the potatoes. So I had 33 grams of green onions. So let's put like about 25 grams worth of green onions into the potatoes. We're going to mix those in. Okay, good, 24. Whoa, that's fine. We got it. Almost a whole drinking age adult ago. I know. Oh my God. You know, it was wild watching the Olympics. I was watching the Olympics with Calvin and Gwen, and I was like, these people that I'm watching compete here are closer to Calvin's age than they are to mine. And that's weird. That's really weird. That was a very sort of odd feeling to have had. Okay, we're going to measure. Oh, hold on. I want to measure the volume of the potatoes. Right. Hold on. How much do these potatoes weigh? Well, I just put 24 grams of onions in here. So we're going to take this, we're going to tear it. No, we're not going to tear it. We're going to tear it now. We're going to put here and here on here. We're going to take this number, which is 28.92, minus 24 grams for the onions, minus 1,325 grams for the pot and the trivet, and we come up with 1,543 grams of potatoes. So that's 1,543 grams of potato. Now I want to measure out 1 even cup of this, and then we're just going to do some math to figure out how we're going to do some math to figure out how many cups worth of potatoes are in here just based on weight. Persephone says it negates the whole purpose of the message by saying all lives matter. Correct. By saying the specifics. It isn't saying all the rest don't matter, but that this specific demographic isn't being recognized as a human or equal to others. Yes. We're not, when you say Black Lives Matter, we're not talking about you, white folk. Right? Like, it doesn't, nobody's saying a negative to this, right? It's saying exactly that. It's not saying anything else other than exactly what words you're saying. That's accurate. I mean, that's like, yes, exactly that. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. We're measuring a cup of potatoes. So here's what we're going to do. I'm just putting a cup into here, and then we're going to do that same math again, and we're going to figure out what the difference is. Broccoli says your session with precision makes your head spin. Well, partly what I'm doing here, I want to be able to say this. Like, okay, so why am I measuring out a cup of potatoes in this way? The reason is because, say you don't have access to a package of this exact brand of mashed potatoes that I'm using, right? Or you know, you just have a big box of instant mashed potatoes. I want to be able in this recipe to say, you know, yes, use these potatoes. And if you don't have those, like make X number of cups of instant mashed potatoes, or use X number of cups of leftover mashed potatoes. Like I'm giving an alternative. The point is being able to provide an alternative. Okay, so now we have a number. We have 2639 minus, I can't minus, we're just gonna minus 24. It's fine, minus 24. Minus 1325. So now I have 1,290. So I have 1 cup potato equals 1543 minus 1290. 1543 minus 1290, 253 grams. $253. Okay. Too many kitchen things to clean. Well, this is, I mean, to be fair, like I'm working on a recipe that I'm writing and I want to be able to write this information in the recipe. So unless I do this, I'm just guessing. And I don't want to guess. I want it to be exact because when you read your recipes, you want them to be exact. If I told you, well, make 3 packets of mashed potatoes, or just like eyeball it. Eyeball it is not a really great number, not a really great thing to say in a recipe. Eyeballing is not a good direction. Although I did just test a recipe the other day that did have the directions to eyeball something, and that was fine because it was layering things, and it was like you take about 1/3 of this and layer it, and you know. And I thought that was okay. That was okay. All right, so that was 244. So there's a 9 gram difference. So that's fine. We have 1,543 grams of potato divided by, let's say 248, split the difference. That is 6 cups of potato. 6.2 cups of potato. So I would just say 6 cups of potato. If you don't have access to these packets of potatoes, make 6 cups worth of instant mashed potatoes, or use 6 cups worth of leftovers. That's the goal. Catalina says, I hate when people get caught up in slogans. No, yeah. I hate when people are like, it always annoys me when when it's like, when you get caught up in it like that, it means you're not listening. You're not open to what the thing is. You're just trying to be defensive. Like, we don't need people to be defensive. Like, you don't need to, yeah. You don't need to be defensive. That's not what anybody's asking for here. 9 by 13 baking dish. Okay, cool. Chicken noodle soup. Oh, I love chicken noodle soup. October Camille says, if one genuinely believes that all lives matter, then they should acknowledge and agree that Black lives matter. Yep. Yep. Simple as that. If I say that and you push back on me, I know that you and I are not going to agree on a lot of on some things, some fundamental things. That's just kind of, I mean, yeah, that's sort of, you ever see those social content where people are trying to get, it's like, you know, how to tell if somebody's like subtly tell if somebody's gonna be like a good person or not when you're talking to them for the first time, and it's like these people dropping these people like dropping like little verbal hints and stuff. That's I don't know. I always feel like that sometimes, although I'm a bit more direct about it. I gotta cut this bacon. That's what I gotta do. Did you know Gordon Ramsay can't make grilled cheese? I don't know. Crum says, I've always looked at it like this. The more you define a particular race in any one particular thing, the more you're driving a division. I think the more you make separate the more you make separate rules, the more you make distinctions. That is true. I mean, distinctions drive divisions, but distinctions are also like what makes people unique. It's when you start treating the treating people differently is the issue. That's the primary issue is the different treatment of people based on that. I don't think there's harm in defining that someone necessarily is a specific race, because there are, you know, different races of people. Like, homogeny is not what we're trying to get toward. Although on a long enough timeline, that's probably what the humanity is moving towards. 4 potatoes the length of your hand, 2 leeks, enough chicken stock to cover it all. Add more later if you need it, and add the seasoning near the end before blending it. Broccoli, totally. I am fine with that as well. As a cook at home, I would probably prefer that level of direction versus specificity on the weight of those potatoes. But I think for something too like this, where you don't want too many potatoes in this. Like, I don't want you to just make a bunch of potatoes, because then you might end up with way less than you need. You're gonna either end up with a lot of extra shells or too many extra potatoes, right? Camille says, to claim that one, quote, doesn't see color ignores systemic oppression that has plagued specific communities forever. Yup. Yeah, like, not only do I want you to see it, I want you to recognize that certain people who have different colors, to use that term, also have different treatment, and I want that to be acknowledged and then taken care of. Not taken care of. I want that to be like fixed. Again, on a long enough timeline, that's the goal. On the shortest timeline possible, that's the goal. Let's say it that way. 9, welcome in. Hello. I wonder if any food and drink streamers have ever gone on, like, I know John Leong has. I wonder if anyone else has ever been on like a cooking show of any capacity, like a televised cooking show. I know John was on MasterChef. Right. How you're seen or perceived affects your treatment or access to lack of resources. Right. Right. Like, generally, if someone's like, I don't see color, it's because they don't need to. It's because it's not something that they're thinking about on a day-to-day basis. Trisha, right. Yes. Right. No, I don't think she's in the... I know she's not in the Creator Club, but she definitely streams food and drink. Yes, okay. Good call. Thank you. When I think of food and drink streamers, I often forget that there are like a few food people who stream exclusively food and drink who have like a large audience, because I don't interact with them, generally speaking. The folks that have like a big old like hundreds of people watching them. I almost always think of folks who are like similarly sized, me-sized and plus or minus. Like, I know like Onigiri streams food, but like she's got hundreds and occasionally thousands of viewers, you know? Like, I don't always think of her as a food and drink streamer. I just think of her as like a big streamer. And it's funny because like I think of that as a big streamer, but Twitch doesn't. Like, I don't know if Twitch thinks of Trisha as a birdie as a big streamer. I do, but that's just me. I love her channel too. She is, I don't chat on her channel because there's like plenty of people doing that, and I just appreciate hanging out there sometimes. Her cooking streams are great. She's also super knowledgeable. Krim says, in the early days of Iron Chef, Steve was on the show. That's cool. Okay. So there we go. We do have a food and drink streamer who was in there. I feel like the pressure of cooking online is, cooking on a stream is very different, obviously, than cooking on a show like that. So I'm just curious. It feels like I haven't, I wanted to get, sorry, I'm having a separate thought, and if I don't do it, I'm not going to do it, and then it will be frustrating because I'll be frustrated that I didn't do it. I want to measure the weight of this bacon, because I also want to like the weight and volume of the bacon, because I want to make sure that I have it a good amount that I can use as like a replicable, or not a replicable, substitute amount. So I'm going to take half of this bacon and just put it back on the plate for now, so I can have more space to slice this up, because I didn't use a large enough cutting board. So, Shanine says I should have rated, but I think I had one viewer. And you know what? We love that viewer, whoever they are. Food and drink, it's funny because when you're like if you're a big food and drink streamer, you're still like almost completely off Twitch's radar in terms of what they consider big. Whenever I look at the browse page and just like sort by like the raw browse page, just like, you know, not who I'm following, which is extremely rare. I basically never do that. But when I do, probably once every month or 2 months, I'll just peek and see in there. It's always wild to me. I'm like, there's so many people with like 20, 30,000 viewers. I'm like, I don't see those people on my feed ever, because like there's only a few of those folks that I'm following at all, because I'm not generally watching streams with that many people. I cook too slow for a show format. I feel like I would just, it depends. It really depends. I feel like on those shows, there's a lot of things that happen sort of off camera, like not necessarily prep work, like not prep, but like prep for like the production itself, right? And, you know, and they're like, time's up. And everybody's like, okay. And then on the show, like cut to glamour shots of a plated dish, you know, like there's some time in between those things happening. So, I feel like I'd always enjoy, there's a few shows like that I would love to get on. And I would have like questions, like lots and lots of questions beforehand. There's a new food streamer who's a professional chef. She's done like a cooking TV show on a stream, but I don't think it translates well to Twitch. I feel like I know who you're talking about, Velos. It's interesting. I try to check out. I look very regularly. I look at the like stream charts, or there's like a couple websites that just say like who's streaming into the category. And every so often I'll look in there and just see like who is streaming into the category who I don't know or who I've never seen before, and I'll go follow them. I feel like I know who you're talking about. I came across someone the other day who was streaming and had like 1 or 2 viewers on Twitch, but they had like a whole YouTube thing. They had like a couple hundred people watching on YouTube, and I was like, oh, this is someone just coming over to Twitch from the YouTube side. It was interesting. That was basically exactly 2 cups worth of bacon, sliced bacon. Let me wash my hands here. Format doesn't feel very Twitch-like. Yeah, and I think some people, it takes a while to get your footing too. Because you can, if you're not social, what's the right way to say this? If you're not, you could be very good at cooking and good at like producing a show. But I think part of what makes Twitch fascinating and interesting is obviously the interactions, the interaction of how that, how you engage and whether or not you're talking to people. If it's too instructional, that's, possibly better as a YouTube thing. Giovanni on YouTube, speaking of YouTube, hello. Welcome. I don't think is it still on YouTube? I feel like it is, I wonder if this broadcast is still going. Because it's not coming, oh, it is. It's not coming through on my, chat. So let's hold on. I'm going to take a real quick pause here before we assemble. Okay, that is, and that is. But StreamerBot doesn't seem to think there's anything live on YouTube. So let's go to platforms, YouTube, broadcasts, live. Okay, it is. Well, okay. I don't know why that didn't come through on the, I don't know why that didn't come through. Interesting. I saw it on my phone. Clyde, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for saying hi. I appreciate that. I generally don't say hi. If someone, not generally, I don't say hi when someone just hits the follow button. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, nothing happens. It just follows the channel. But I do love when new folks come through. Thanks for saying hi. Welcome. Packaged bacon, chopped, cooked. It says 1.5 cups here, 5 ounces, 141 grams. Okay, so this is a little more bacon than I had last time, which is fine. Slightly more. So we're adjusting. We're adjusting. Okay. And we had about 37 shells. Got it. Okay. Prem says, I've been streaming for almost 4 years and I still haven't found my groove. It's funny. It's been, how long has it been? Let me see. Yeah, it's been almost 4 years for me as well. I started in May of 2022. I feel like just in the past couple months, I'm much more in like, maybe not the past couple months, the past year, I've sort of found like a good rhythm of things. My internet cannot handle multi-streaming. It is taxing a little bit. It's taxing on the upload side. If you stream to YouTube and you just do the horizontal stream, it does not tax your OBS as much. So that's a thing that I know, which is helpful. I'm encoding in vertical too, so that taxes OBS. Since I started multi-streaming, I have needed to do a lot of work to keep my computer from crashing, and it still doesn't. It's still not perfect. Okay, so we have everything ready to go here. The cheese is the topping. This is the topping. This is for the shells. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to get a notepad here. I want to just make sure, I'm going to mark off every so many shells here, because I want to know how many I can fit in here. The other thing that I want to make a note of is, okay, I have total potato volume. I got that. The weight of how much potato I'm putting in each shell. So I said about 2 tablespoons worth of potato in each shell. I did not measure that with a tablespoon last time. I did. I measured it for the first couple with a tablespoon, but exactly. I did. I do want to measure the volume, how much 2 tablespoons weighs, because science. Oh, no preheated skillet, Twinderella. That's amateur hour. You got to preheat your skillet. Generally speaking, you got to preheat your skillet. Sometimes you don't. What are the times that you don't preheat your skillet? Okay, so a tablespoon, that's 17 grams. We're going to measure a second tablespoon just to confirm, and then we're going to fill these. So just like keep we're working today. This is all for the sake of, I like, part of what I do is like, this is never, how much a tablespoon, 17 grams. Look at that. This aspect of this is never going to be in a recipe. Like, I'm not saying like put 34 grams worth of potato per shell, but I do want to note that that is what it weighs, because if it's a piece of information I want later, then I will have it. Per shell weight of per potato. Okay, great. Oh, you don't preheat when toasting. Okay. Okay. Push them through the rack. Nice. That's a good move. Okay. So here's that. This is sort of, we're getting there. Let me put the second glove on, because otherwise my hands are going to get all sorts of messed up here. Oop, it's fine. I dropped it. All right. So here's what we've done. We have, I'll give you the overhead view. Baking the potatoes is easier. I suppose it could be. I feel like instant mashed potatoes are pretty damn easy. We're going to take some bacon and we're going to put that in the shell. So here's what we're doing with these. I also wanted to fill these slightly less than what I did last time. Instant potatoes suck. Now, Catalina, I'm gonna call you out on that, because that's not how that is not a productive statement. Now, that is a personal opinion. So if we're going to make a statement like that, I think instant mashed potatoes suck. because fill in the blank is a productive statement. Now, some people like instant mashed potatoes because they're convenient. Baking a potato takes a lot longer than boiling 2 cups of water. So that's my thought on that. So like providing that level of like detail, like why, I think is critical to providing positive, useful feedback. Curry paste and coconut milk. Hell yeah, that sounds great. 3. So I said that I wasn't going to measure per potato, but I'm secretly doing it down on the side here. I am measuring about 34-ish grams of potato per shell because I want these. There was a specific reason that there's a specific sort of I have a specific goal in mind here. A specific goal. Homemade is more flavorful and richer. Now that I will not argue with. I'm using instant mashed potatoes for the convenience here. However, I would also say if you have homemade mashed potatoes, please use those. Or if you prefer, if your preference is to make the potatoes yourself, go ahead. That will take you longer. Especially if you're baking a potato and then, doing that. Like instant mashed potatoes take the amount of time that it takes to boil a pot, to boil 2 cups of water. That is sort of my thought process here. Some people, just prefer convenience. They're not as focused on the taste, I guess. I have made mashed potatoes with all sorts of potatoes. Yes. Ah, yeah, broccoli, adding shredded cheddar to leftover mashed potatoes. That is a good pierogi filling. They're kind of elastic. Is that normal? No, that's normal. I mean, I guess it depends on which brand too. I don't have a ton of experience with the instant potatoes. These are Idahoan brand. Just like the packet instant mashed potatoes. When I make mashed potatoes, I made the instant mashed potatoes last week, the other packet that I had on stream, and I added cauliflower to them and mashed that as well. I added some milk to them. What else did I add? I added a bunch of different spices. So I think if you are making instant mashed potatoes and you can take like a couple extra seconds to like just add some additional herbs to them, they're great. Vela says, I still prefer the real ones. Not that I could eat them all anymore anyways. Valid. Also valid. Yeah, the instant ones, again, like we're just going for convenience here. Like I'm saying that y'all can use bacon bits in this recipe if you want. Like we're not dying on the hill of make the mashed potatoes homemade. Where bacon bits are involved, you can do whatever you want. You're a what? Idahoan. It's a farmer's term. You know what I mean. Yeah, 9, exactly. Exactly. Like, I would say if I'm going to make these stuffed shells for myself, not from a recipe, if I was just like, so if I was just making these up, which I did for a long time on this stream, for the first like couple years of this stream, the whole stream was basically me starting stream at 5, making up a dinner, and then making it. And this would definitely be a dinner where I would like make that, where I would just make this. I would make the potatoes, like I would do all of it myself. You know, I might even make the pasta for the shells. I'd use 2 different types of cheeses. I'd use, you know, I'd do the bacon, whatever. I'd probably do the bacon the exact same way. But I think, you know, this is a recipe. I'm trying to make this as simple as possible. And if you want to use a different version of something in the recipe, like, feel free to substitute it. Like, that's the, you know, instant, I figure, would be good for people who might need something easier to prepare. Exactly. Like if they have chronic pain. Yes. Much like tools and mobility aids, like assistive aids, things like that, if you don't understand the reason for it, it's probably not made for you. You know? Why would I ever need that? You wouldn't. And when you do, aren't you glad it'll be there? Oh, 9, instant mashed potatoes for coating fish would be fascinating. I kind of love that idea. I do. That sounds interesting. I'm into that. I'm into the thought of that. Okay, we are working through here. So I'm deciding whether or not I want to ask people to add. I've been adding. I started by adding the bacon to each piece as I was like putting it in here. And then I did a bunch where I didn't add the bacon, and now I'm going back to adding it to each piece and seeing like which is kind of easier. Lab created fake bacon bits. Hell yeah. You want to use those in this dish? Go on ahead. Feel free. I promise you that they will probably not be as tasty as real bacon, but I can guarantee you that they will be easier. Catalina, you have said that instant is very bland. Yes. We've noted your distaste for instant mashed potatoes. And to each their own. It is, as I said, I am not passing judgment if you want to use instant mashed potatoes. I am in fact telling you to use instant mashed potatoes in this recipe because I think that it will take you less time. And time is part of what we're going for here, not necessarily quality or the perception of quality. Sarah, enjoy. Sarah, if you have a thought you'd like to share, I would invite you to do that on Discord or a Twitch message. And I want you to know that I am happy to hear that and would be and am actively interested in hearing it. I understand where your head is at. But yeah. Interesting. Broccoli, that does sound fun. I'm curious about that. I love stuff like that. I love the sort of like go to the grocery store, just buy something easy and like make it useful. Okay. So we are layering these in nicely, and we're working through the process here. Yeah, Velis, I don't recall much. Like I had both when I was a kid. I literally served my family instant mashed potatoes like last Thursday, that was what we made for dinner. I did not have a problem with them. They were fine. And y'all know me as someone who will overcomplicate anything. They seem like high effort pierogies. Although I would assert that these are probably slightly less effort than rolling and filling pierogies. But your point is taken. Depends. Are we talking about making the pierogi dough? And Burrell. Okay. I do know who you're talking about. We were talking about pierogies recently, and I wrote down that I wanted to make them on stream. I haven't obviously done that yet, but it's still very much on my radar. I love Mrs. T's. Me too. Pierogies are one of the things that I love when we have them on dip dinner nights. They're a classic. They're a dip dinner staple. Although I will say that I almost always buy the Wegmans or Costco like bulk store brand pierogies. I love Mrs. T's, and the big bin store brand ones are cheaper. Yeah, homemade pierogies made from frozen are not really any effort at all. You just put them on the sheet pan, and yeah. Avo says we're a bad Polish family. We don't have a pierogi recipe. I don't have a house pierogi recipe either, but I'm also not. I did not grow up making or eating them in any meaningful capacity, so that is probably why. Okay, how many of these do I have in the pan right now? 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Wait, let's just count these by rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay, we're going to do one more, and then we're going to write that down. Ooh, air frying pierogies. Again, I don't have an air fryer, and it keeps coming up as something I think that I would probably like to get. Because reasons like that. Okay, 24. Okay, so I have 24 of these shells in here. Let me just note that. I now have 24. This one I'm probably not going to use. This one I'm probably not going to use. So I've got 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, roughly 11 more useful shells in here. So we're going to now take a little pause. We're going to kind of shuffle our tray, and I'm going to press these together a little bit so I can fit some more in here. That's the goal. A little convection oven, right? It's like more directly, I feel like it's, you can just put less in it. The air fryer, I don't have one because I haven't gotten to I just haven't really like genuinely decided that it would be like a need. And I don't purchase things, especially appliances like that, because they take up a lot of space, and I just don't love having to accommodate something else like large in that way. Nine says I have a son who makes wings in it a couple of times a week. I know I would use it. Do y'all own an air fryer? Is anyone like not buying an air fryer for some reason? I know why I'm not buying one. I'm not buying one because I just don't want to have it sitting around the house. Like, it's sort of like the Instant Pot. Although the Instant Pot was a gift, like, I didn't ask for the Instant Pot, and when I got it, I didn't really want it. And honestly, I still don't use it all that much. I use it just enough. I would say I don't use it enough that if it stopped working, I wouldn't replace it. That's how I think about it. If my food processor stopped working, I would definitely replace it. If my blender stopped working, I would definitely replace it. If the... Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. I was going to say the NutriBullet like blender, but that's not even true, because it did stop working for a long time and I didn't replace it, and then I got one as a gift and now I just use it occasionally. Vela says, I don't like things that take up space. I thought it might be gimmicky, but I did break down and get an air fryer and it's great. I believe that it's great. Like, I know that it's great, and I know that if I had one, I would use it. I just don't, yeah, I feel like I'm never going to buy one for myself unless I have a really distinct need to. Now, the more I do, I've come across, I will say, a couple times recently, there's been some recipes that I would have liked to have tested, but I couldn't because I do not have an air fryer. And so I was like, okay, like, I've now hit a thing that is limiting me from not having something. But that was like twice. That's two things in, a couple months. And so it still wasn't like quite enough to justify it, Pizza, hot dogs. Okay. I mean, there's definitely, I would use it for leftovers probably pretty exclusively. I would use that for leftovers instead of the microwave. I will say that. I would probably use it much more frequently for that exact reason. A guy filled his air fryer with oil to fry chicken. No! Oh my God, Avo. That's the type of content you watch and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe this person's going to do this. Oh my God. 9 says, without heating the whole oven. Yeah, that's kind of my thought, because I don't love the microwave for leftovers. I love it for, I mainly put leftovers in the oven. If we're doing them for dinner, I put them in the oven. If it's just for me, I will do it in the microwave. But like, I won't put leftovers like these, right? When we're not going to eat these shells. These are not for dinner today. These are going to be for like tomorrow. And I'm going to probably, like, I will reheat these in the oven because that's where they were made. All right, we're getting into the last couple shells here. And this is good. I'm almost out of potatoes. I'm almost out of shells. We're in a good, we have a good balance. So this was the right amount of, it was the right ratio. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay. That said, I need to, I'm going to count the number of shells in here again, because I've got a couple. And I did decide sort of right at the beginning here that I did want to roughly measure how much potato I was putting in here, because that will tell me if the ratio is a good one. Now, these are packet mashed potatoes, so they're going to be very consistent with how much volume they have. So, a packet of mashed potatoes, or 3 packets of mashed potatoes plus a box of shells is going to produce roughly the same amount. So let's count here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. We're going to do 34. Kathy, welcome in. Welcome in. I was about to be like, congratulations on the thing, but that we're still in the 20s on your check-ins. So congratulations. You're here on a Tuesday. Welcome. Welcome. Shark, get out. Don't make me time you out. I have a 10-year-old at home. I hear enough of that shit. And I don't need to. What do they say? 30, 35? What am I up to? God damn it. I literally just said this number out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 30, 30, 34 shells. Now, this started getting full at 24. So I want to note that. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I need to note that number down. 24, 34. Keep it in mind. Okay. Now this is pretty good here. We got like maybe 2 shells worth of potatoes left and like 2 broken up shells in here. So here's what I want to take note of. Okay, so 24 fits perfect. 34 if you squeeze. Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to get. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take, yikes. I'm going to take a picture of this before I put the cheese on it. Okay, this is before the cheese. And now we are adding, here's what we're gonna do with this. I'm gonna put the rest of this bacon, I'm just gonna like spread this on top. And I'm gonna make a note about that. Like if you have leftover bacon, just spread it on top. Cheese and any leftover bacon. Okay. The key for children is to use their slang so much that they think it's cringe. Yes. I stopped considering new slang a very long time ago. And now it's interesting because there's a period of life, like if you don't have kids, there's a period of life when you stop hearing new slang. Because you're not like in the youth culture. But then once you do have kids, like you start hearing it again, but there's like a large gap in between what I remember and what is relevant now. And I think I sort of graduated college and didn't think about slang anymore again, ever. Tidy Whities, welcome in. Okay, so we have this. This is ready to go. And I'm going to take a picture like this. I'm going to take a picture like this. And now I kind of want to... I want to spread this cheese out even more. Okay. So, oven is at 400. The first time I made this, it was at 350. I think I actually want my oven... Yeah, 400's fine. Bake until 25 minutes until cheese is melted and starting to brown. Okay, so 25 is a guess. I might, yeah, I think, my oven was at 350 before. It's at 400. Okay, we're gonna try this at this temperature. This was really good last time. I just want it to take a little less time in the oven because we do it all this time up front, and then I don't want it to take like an hour to bake now. So, let's pop this in the oven. Woo, that's warm. Okay, that is nice and warm though. So we're good. Setting a timer for 25 minutes. Now we're gonna let that go. We have just a little bit of mashed potato left, so I'm gonna pop this in a leftovers container. That's a serving of mashed potato for like one. Yeah, this is like one serving. Maybe. Perfect. Yeah, that's one. That is an individual bite of potato for when you have like just a little bit of hunger, but not a ton. This is green onion for the topping. Okay. So these shells have had my hands all over them and are all broken, so we're just going to compost those last two. This goes in the sink. Actually, a lot of this is just going to go right into the dishwasher. So we're going to take a break in just a few minutes here and do some dishes, so we can get caught up on those. Before we do that, let me take a look at these notes here and like I want to process sort of did I make a note of everything that I actually wanted to do. True Caretaker says, I curbed the whole 6-7 thing right away. When my son said it, I squirted him with a water gun. I mean, they listen, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Broccoli says, when I say cool, some Zoomer always calls me an old fogey, which I'm fine with. But boomer shouldn't be meant as a slur the way they use it. Listen, at some point they're going to be like, listen to these millennials. They don't know anything. And I'm going to be like, it's a me. Is cool not cool anymore? Am I that out of it? Does nobody say that anymore? Do the kids not say cool? Man, I really am out of it. Okay. Preheat oven, spray the baking dish, prepare the pasta, potatoes, and bacon per package directions. Mix 3/4 of the green onions with the potatoes. Fill each pasta shell with about 2 tablespoons, 34 grams of potato. Then press a few pieces of bacon into the potato. Place the filled shells into the baking dish in a single layer. It's okay to press them together slightly to squeeze in a few more, though you may have a few leftover shells. Spread the cheese in an even layer on top of the shells. Spread the cheese and any leftover bacon over the top of the shells. Bake 25 minutes until cheese is melted and just starting to brown. Set the oven to broil and cook 4 minutes more until the cheese is crispy, is browning, and the exposed edges of the shells are visibly browned and crispy. Make the sour cream sauce. I'm not going to make the sour cream sauce right now because these are going to be for dinner tomorrow. I'm going to just try these with regular sour cream when we get to the trying portion of this. Did I start my timer? I did. It's got 21 minutes left on it. Okay. So I got the total volume of potatoes, like what 1 cup equals. I got the weight per shell. Shit, I didn't write that down. I didn't write down what each of these weighed per shell, which means that it's probably, where's my pen? What's our timestamp right now? 3 hours. It's probably at about the 2 hour and 30-minute mark. Oh, wait, it was 34 grams. What do you mean you don't know this, Lou? You just spent the entire time filling these. I'm like, what did it weigh? I don't remember what it was. It was 34 grams because every time I looked down at the scale, that was the number I was looking for. Okay, sheesh. Sometimes. Okay. Take a chill pill. Oh my God, I know, right? That's a fun one. Take a chill pill. What are some of those older antiquated sayings? We said one the other day. That made me think of like grandparents. I don't know if there's anything that I say that is like can be pinpointed to a specific like generational time and place. I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm not that self-aware. Millennials seem entitled, Gen Z less so. Gen Alphas aren't old enough yet to understand the difference. This is true. They're not. What's your damage? That is a fun one. I feel like I don't know them until I say them out loud and then I realize it. Tatsu, we're trying. We're trying. 23 Skidoo. Wasn't that a TV show? Oh, that was 21 Jump Street. Which I don't know what that was about. But I'm aware it was a TV show. Is there anything else that I'm missing here that I didn't measure that I should have? I measured the onions. I measured the bacon. I measured the mashed potato. I counted the shells. Oh, you're cooking. Right. See, Tatsu, I'm like, I didn't even get it. This says I'm a millennial and I'm not entitled. It's all, I mean, it's very perspective based. I'd love to say I'm entitled to a year where it wasn't the worst year on record, but we're not going to have one of those, are we? Oh, well. My real beef is with Gen X and boomers. It's, you know, I feel like as we evolve, the generations they're just like, they're different. And I don't love I don't love the arbitrary distinction of those types of things. I don't know. I don't love the like, this is how this generation is. Liz says, yeah, is it really fair to have an issue with an entire generation for specific people? No, it's not. No, it's not. I don't think it is. I feel like it's very, it's frustrating when it's like all boomers are this. Because you're just like, well, okay, but people can change. You know, like, it's fair to say logistics, like, you know, I think some generalizations can be true. Like, some boomers prefer that you call them on the phone instead of text, but like, I think it's just because like none of their friends text, you know, and like, it's still just part of how they interact. I don't know. I think every generation has people who feel entitled. I think because you feel entitled when you're young because you're young, and you feel entitled when you're old because of some perceived level of seniority. And I don't think it's specific necessarily to millennials. I think that feeling entitled is specific to culturization. Nine says, I'm a Gen X, and it's good cultural identifier for some things, but accurate for our whole points of view. Exactly. Like, it is accurate to say that many millennials did not have a household with a cell phone in it, and now they have one. Like, that's a logistical thing. I'm a Zennial. What even is that? Liz, I haven't asked anybody what year they were born in or their age for well over a decade. One of the things I love? I love chaperoning my son's field trips. Because it is it's a very different window. It's a window into a world that I will never inhabit, that is exciting in a way of like, oh, these kids like have a super specifically different point of view and are growing up in a very different world than I did. And, you know, are some of them terrible kids? Probably. Are some of them like super polite and shockingly insightful? Also, yes. TFM on YouTube. I'm great. Thank you. Am I okay? Yes. Yes, I am. Tatsu says, my father feels entitled to telling us anything he believes. Even if it's rude, overstepping or not, doesn't matter that all his children are 45. Yeah. That's, again, some people feel that you are entitled to their opinion because they're just older and they perceive their ability to understand the world as more evolved than yours. Kids are impacted by the surroundings. Right, much like dogs. And it's just like, oh yeah, Broccoli, I mean, to your point, right? You know, like these people, you know, anybody right now who's just like, well, you got to work hard. Cool. Where is that job that I was promised? Where is the affordable housing that my grandparents had? Oh, it's not there. Okay, cool. So like, I think that some people also they choose to say that like this generation is lazy or whatever without necessarily understanding the social, cultural, societal, governmental factors that have changed since their experience of being in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s or 50s. You know, the farther you get from it, the less valid your understanding is of how it feels to be, how it is to actually exist at that age. I have no idea. I have a 10-year-old at home and I have no idea what it's like to be 10 years old right now. I know what it was like for me in elementary school, and I can be like, oh, I did my homework, blah, blah, blah. Like my kid does his homework on his laptop on the bus. I didn't even have a computer at that age. Like, his experience is fundamentally different than mine. Right? So I think those are the things where, like, labeling a generation for a perception of of how they're interacting with the world and it's different from yours is like, it diminishes the experience that they're having, or it flattens it and tries to wedge it into a box that doesn't even exist anymore. Moondice says kids don't even touch books these days. You know, and that is a thing that is both true and not at all true. Some of Calvin's friends actively read because they recognize that they don't need to be on their phone or on the computer all the time. You know, like in the classroom at his school, I see a list of which kids have read what books and how many each month. And again, it comes from, you know, it comes from where you live. You know, it comes from how you grow up, what values are presented to you, what values stick and what values don't. You know, it's important to factor in privilege, Camille says, true. And what kids have access to. Right. Like, kids don't read, but let's take into account that there are 5 elementary schools in the city of Philadelphia that have a school library. 5. When I was a kid, every public school had a school library. So they don't have access to these books anymore. No wonder that they don't read as much. Like, the one thing I'm jealous of is kids not having homework. Liz, Calvin's school assigns homework on Sunday night and it's due on Friday. And those teachers are not allowed to assign homework midweek. They do not assign homework. You don't get homework on a Tuesday that's due on a Wednesday. You get homework on Sunday that's due on Friday. Wildly different from my experience, right? Adorable, hello. Old folks are the same as old folk in every generation. Right. Kids these days are mysterious and confusing, and they are literally going to be deciding my future when I'm older. So I don't like to mess with them. Oh my God. I hate homework, by the way. I will die on the hill if I think homework is terrible for children and they should never have any, but I don't know. I did never do my homework. I was bad at doing homework. My kid gets better grades than I ever could have even imagined, like than I ever got, ever. It is sad. It is sad. It's horrific. It's horrific. 5 elementary schools in the city of Philadelphia have a school library. Let me scratch that. That might actually be 5 elementary schools in the city of Philadelphia have a librarian, like a dedicated school librarian. It's one of those two. But that means that even if it's just the ones that have a librarian, that means that all the other ones aren't getting like library. No midweek homework, Tatsu. No midweek homework. Listen, I go to the PTA meetings. I go to all the PTA meetings, and I have spoken several times about how valuable I think that is. That they assign it, and that you get to structure your week as a kid, and you get to figure out, oh, am I going to do all my homework on Monday, or am I going to do it all on Thursday? Am I going to do a little bit of the time? You know, Head Broccoli says I was not allowed to go out and play with my friends until homework was done. And I don't think I ever had a parent who asked me about my homework. So, you know, my mom was a teacher. I don't think she ever asked me about homework. It does help you review schoolwork, Tatsu. Like it does. It serves, like the purpose that they say it serves is one thing, but the functional effect of that is you would just end up having to do all this stuff at home. We need to be at least 65 to remember life before the internet. Adorable. I am a 65-year-old person then. Kristen, hello. I remember life before the internet. It was great. Life before the internet existed is different than life before having the internet be so pervasive. But I see your point. My mom's a teacher, this is why she thought homework wasn't necessary. Right? Yes. Yeah, I don't love it. Part of the reason I don't love it is I am not able to help with it. And so if, you know, he comes home with something that's like not, that I don't already know, which is like all of it at this point, my kid is better at math than I am. He's doing math that I was struggling with in 9th grade. Like, and that's not a like toot my own horn situation. That's a like, I never did math and did not like it and was not good at it. Actively did not enjoy it. But I do love the fact that like, I know on Sunday whether or not he has a lot of homework or a little homework, and we can look at it at the beginning. You know, he can look at it on Sunday or Monday, you know, Monday, and decide whether he can accomplish the homework during like the morning. Like he gets to school before school, you know, 20, 30 minutes before school starts. He usually does his homework in that time, and he's got, you know, enough of a understanding of it that he can get through it. You know, will that change when he's in 7th, 8th, whatever? You know, probably. Internet makes homework easier. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does, Tatsu. And his school just put in a, like, they're not even allowed to use Grammarly. Like they're not allowed to use any AI for anything, which I love. Like before public commercialized internet, right? Yeah, like I remember the kid whose house I went to go to the bus stop in elementary school. Like his parent, one of his parents worked for like some university, and he had internet at his house. And I was like, he was trying to explain. I remember him trying to explain what internet was to me in like 4th grade, and me being like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, what do you mean your computer talks to another computer in California? What do you, like on the phone? And he's like, well, kind of. And I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? Extracurriculars made homework made extracurriculars impossible, 9 says, especially with a commute. Totally. If you got a working parent at home, it's hard. Because kids don't, you know, and especially now, like he'll get home. He's going to get home here now. He's coming home any minute now, and he's going to go use his iPad. We don't have a like do homework at this time policy here. Liz says, can I ask if anyone ever has to do projects in the sense like make a shoebox or poster board or California mission out of a sugar cubes? Liz, that sounds super specific. Yes, he does. He just had to do a puppet show recently. Not as much, I don't think, as I remember, but I also don't really recall all of those things, you know? It says, let me tell you, I wish ChatGPT was a thing when I was in college. I believe that. And that's where we're talking about, where I'm like, our experience, like my experience as a student is not even relevant to talk about anymore. One of the things that I really try not to do with Calvin is be like, when I was in school, fill in the blank. Because they're not equate. We are not having the same school experience at all. At all. The only thing that's the same is the grade number. Like I too was in 5th grade. Like, but everything else, the way that schoolwork is done, the way that tests are done, his tests are on the computer. His homework is on the computer. When we have 2 days off in a row for snow, he doesn't get the second day off. They just go to school on Zoom. And I'm like, what world are we living in? So when I do try to relate to him about school, I do tend to keep it from a social perspective, where like, oh, like this is how lunchtime was for me. Or like, yeah, I remember being on the playground and like this happening, that type of thing. Your dad taught you old math, Broccoli said. Oh my God. Why, it sounds like it worked out. Oh my God. The biggest lie that we ever got told in school was that you're not going to have a calculator all the time. Yes, in fact, I am. Am I going to know how to am I going to know how to enter the equation to solve the problem? No. Yeah, these fellows, the for-profit like math programs, the for-profit school programs really annoy me. Okay, so that was, hold on, God, was that really 25 minutes that just went by? Missions, you had to pick a mission, build it, and do a report. Most of the time, if you were lucky, your parent would take you to visit in person. They are interesting and cool. I love stuff. I do enjoy, I'm not religious in any capacity, but I think that type of thing is interesting because, I mean, we live in the US. Religion is so baked into our culture that it's unavoidable. So like learning a little something about it is also a good thing. I'm pretty pro Common Core, Kristen says, because it's more similar to how I learn math. So I get the thinking behind it. That makes sense. I do like a Montessori structure for school where you kind of learn at your own pace. I think at scale, Montessori is probably could be difficult unless it was like widely adopted. I don't know. My fat fingers hit $3. That feels common. I did. Bella says, now I have a calculator in my pocket, but I didn't, and math wasn't a problem. Right. And I think with certain things, like, you know, I'm like, y'all, I'm going to keep this TI-83 back here till I die. Like, what are you talking about? I'm not, see, like, this is the thing. I am not even familiar. Like, Twin Varela, I know that your experience with core, like Common Core, is different than mine. Like, you're, I think, a little bit more steeped in it. Mine, Calvin comes home from school and tells me sort of all sorts of things. And it seems to be, however he's learning, whatever he's doing, seems to be working for him. I'll say that. Okay. 25 minutes was plenty, by the way. So I'm happy with that because the first time we cooked these, I cooked them for 40 minutes and they weren't done. The cheese is nice and melted on here. They look very different than the last time. I am going to put the broiler on, which I just did. I am going to set a timer for 4 minutes and we're going to give these 4 minutes under the broiler. Because that is, I'd like these to be a little bit browned. One of the knocks that I had on these the first time when I made them was that the edges of the shells weren't browned. And honestly, I don't know if we're going to get there. I will say, I think the cheese looks a lot better on this. I don't love the pre-shredded cheese. And I think that I'm going to switch and call for a block of cheese to be grated as opposed to a bag of cheddar cheese. Because you'll see when I pull this out of the oven that this is melty. Like, this looks better. It like visually it looks a lot better. And I'm a little happier with it in that way. And it took 15 minutes less than it took last time because I turned the heat up quite a bunch. It confuses the hell out of me. Math, period, confuses the hell out of me, Velos. I mean, the math that I the math that I did best in was geometry because it had letters in it. Much like the science that I did the best in was chemistry. Balancing equations in chemistry was great. I enjoyed that a lot. Okay. Algebra and geometry are the math I've used most in my real life. The math I've used most in my real life is basic addition, subtraction, division, finding percentages. I don't know. Maybe that's algebra. I don't even know. I feel like when I need math, I can figure it out. And I usually use a spreadsheet. I'm really good at formulas in Excel. I'll say that. Or in Google Drive, I suppose now. Used to be Excel. I don't even know what it is anymore. Google Drive, I guess. Okay. So I'm looking at this. 4 minutes is going to be just about perfect for this. I have 1 minute left. Velos, yeah. Well, Velos, your experience with math was a little bit more comprehensive, I feel like. What I wish I had a little bit more of in school was financial stuff. Just like basic financial literacy. Algebra is basically anything where you have to figure out an unknown amount by looking at the knowns. Well, that I do use then. Oh my God. Broccoli, mine would have been like, what are the angles in a square? Yeah, Liz, that's the to your point. You're the type of person who would just buy a block and pre-grid or buy the pre-gridded cheese. I'm definitely going to say that. Like, I think basically I'm going to say to them, this is my opinion. Here's, you can interpret that as you will. All right. Oh, actually, I need to keep this oven on for the next recipe. Okay, that is a good looking dish. Bellanissimo recipes are going well. The first one just came out of the oven. We're gonna let this cool for a few minutes here. But I'd like to point out a couple facets of this that I think look better. We have, this is it's a little crispy on top. One of the goals here was to get some browning on the edge of the shells, and I have that. So the shells, I wanted the exposed shells to be a little crispier, because the potatoes, the purpose is to replicate like a loaded baked potato, and a loaded baked potato has skin.
which gets crispy when you bake it. So we have bacon bits and potatoes, green onions, and cheese. Now the cheese is a little bit overdone for me. It's a little bit too brown. So what I'm gonna say is broil this 3 to 4 minutes, not 4, period. And then I'm gonna say what to look for. So, Bella says, ask me to put a comma or semicolon in the correct spot and I'm screwed. You know, I'm the opposite of that. I did not learn math very well, but I can write. Should have taught us about money and taxes. Yeah. Yes. Three to 4 minutes until the cheese is browning and the exposed edges of the shells are visibly browned and crispy. That's what we were going for. Tatsu says, my mom taught us how to read when we were kids. It made us love reading. Right. It was easier. Reading was more enticing when you didn't have like the information, all the vast information and entertainment elements from the entire world at your fingertips. This dish would go crazy at a Midwestern luncheon. Carly, that is a compliment. Thank you. I think so. Do I think a Mornay sauce would go good with the shells? I think the sauce that I'm planning to offer with this is a sour cream with a little bit of milk and garlic powder. So I'm letting this cool for like just a moment here. Servings, let's see. I mean, if this has 34 shells in here, let's see. We're going to do some math, y'all. 34 divided by 8 is 4 1/4. 34 divided by 6 is 5 2/3. So I'm going to say if this is if this is dinner and not a side, I would say that about 5 shells is a good serving. So this is anywhere between 6 to 7 servings, something like that. Oh, broccoli. Yeah. As a parent, I relate to that. I don't want my kids staying up, but if Calvin was like, I want to stay up and read for 30 more minutes, I would be like, okay. Sure. A back alley way of making pierogi. It is a potato-filled noodle. You are correct. Yes. Fellas, I mean, asking me to identify parts of speech and like diagramming a sentence, I don't think I could do anymore. But writing correctly and like using an em dash or a semicolon or any of those things that AI are like indicative of like AI now, I can definitely do that without the AI. Krista says, I'm pretending like I'm giving her a favor for extra time to read. Yeah. I've thought about that, but then I also am like, Calvin doesn't, I still like put him to bed, so I don't have, I don't want to have to go and do that later. I don't want to have to like come in later. Alrighty, we have one weight to go here. I'm still going to make this fish dish, but the fish one should be relatively easy. Okay, so what did I say? 5 shells, 1, 2. I want to figure out what this weighs. Let me actually take a picture of this before I fully take a serving, before I fully take a serving out. 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Yeah, this this turned out far more visually pleasing than the last one, and it looks better, and it seems like it might taste better too. I don't know. Kristen, you're living the dream there. I feel like we haven't gotten there yet, and I'm not going to push it. I'm not pushing it because honestly, I like doing bedtime, and I don't want to lose that. So it's a very, like, yes, there are some things, like once he does start putting himself to bed, I will definitely offer the, like, you can read, you know what I mean? But I don't want to do that. I don't want to, like, push the you put yourself to bed in order for that to be available to me. Okay. So that is a serving. And I think this is about right. So let's give it a shot. Come, enjoy your pizzas. Good luck. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. Sounds like a lot of work. 40 pizzas would put me under. But I'd also probably be making them very complicated. We're going to put this off to the side. I'm just going to sit this on the counter. I don't need the trivets. Bonus of having a stone countertop. All right, let's try this though. I want to add a little bit of. I didn't make the sauce here today because I didn't. I'm not serving it today, and I didn't really want to make it, but I am going to add a little bit of sour cream to one of these so that I can taste it. Actually, before I do that, I know I portioned out a serving, but that was so I could measure it and take a photo. I am going to take 3 of those and put them back in to the plate. Oh, hold on. I had a weight on those. It was 333. Okay. All right. So here's kind of the dish. Let's give it a try. I mean, it looks good. It looks much better than it did last time. Much better than it did last time. Let me take this off. Excuse me. The cheese is crispier. The shell is crispier too. I appreciate that. I mean, this tastes roughly the same as it did last time. I think what changed is that it's a little crispier. Specifically, the cheese is a little bit better, I think, because it's melted more. Yeah. Now, I also think this is a lot of effort. It feels like a lot of effort. I also, like, stalling, or not stalling. I was pausing a lot in the middle, both to talk and to like take measurements. I want to think about the process and the order of things a little bit more. So I think I could definitely streamline this even further. One of the things that I want to do for this recipe is like, if you're making instant potatoes and bacon yourself at home, sort of here's what order to do things, to start things. I'm really happy with this though. Generally speaking, this tastes like a loaded baked potato, which is kind of the point. Well, okay. Good. Happy with that. I've got a lot of notes. I probably have just as many notes on this second version. No, not quite. I have a lot of notes to go off of. So, cool. We're almost there with this one. I don't know if I'll need to test this again. If I do need to test this again, I'm probably not going to do it on stream. The reason is that I will want to completely. I want to test it without any pauses. I want to like be just focused on like the timing and sort of everything. So these are in a good spot in terms of where I wanted to get to today. So I'm very happy with this. I'm gonna let these cool off on the counter, or like come down in temperature on the counter for a few minutes while I start this next one. The next one is going to be dinner tonight. These are going to be dinner for tomorrow. I put them in the pan that I know has a lid to it so that I can just pop them in the fridge once they've cooled off a little bit. Speaking of Calvin, let me do a little checking here. One moment as I do that. Okay, good. He is almost home. All right. The crows. What are crows typically indicative of predators, or are they just talking to each other? Foxes are cool though. That's one thing we don't have in the city. I just got possums out on the back. If Daisy's losing her absolute mind, it probably means that there's a possum on the fence. All right, next recipe. We are good to proceed. Tatsu, thank you. I hope you have a really good rest of your day. Enjoy your lurk, or enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Okay, we got one to work on here. This one, so this one, we're trying something different. Preheat the oven to it says 450. I think I want to try 425. I think I want to try 425 because I cooked the last version of this recipe, I cooked at 425, but I covered it with foil. I'm not going to cover it with foil this time, so I think it'll cook a little, I do think it'll cook a little quicker. Everything's frozen, so I think it's going to take about 20 minutes. That's my guess. Do I try it at 450? I think I feel like 450 is still I feel like 450 is too hot. The first time I did this, I cooked it at 350 and it took forever. It took 50 minutes with the foil on it. It can't be that. It can't be that long. It can't take that long. Hairless Kit Kat, welcome in. What are we eating today? Well, we're working on 2 recipes. One is finished and is over here on the counter. It is a loaded baked potato stuffed shell. You can see it here. These are stuffed shells. Yeah, stuffed shells. They got mashed potatoes, bacon, cheddar cheese, and green onions in them, as well as the shells. They are finished. We're good. We're also working on another casserole dish style meal. This is a fish and vegetables.
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Some days that is true. Cito, welcome in. Congrats on your 80th check-in. My son is home. Calvin, hello. Would you like a loaded baked potato stuffed shell?
Yes,
He would. He would like one.
definitely would like that.
Okay. You just want one?
Yeah.
Okay. I am very interested in hearing all about your day.
Yes. It was
I
a
would
great
like
day.
I would like to hear about that over dinner tonight, if that's okay.
Is this dinner tonight?
No, dinner tonight is going to be the fish and vegetables that we had recently.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Because this I can put in the fridge and that I cannot, it doesn't keep as easily. There you go. Here's a single potato, or a single shell, a single serving potato, shelled potato. Bellows, congrats on your newfound ice-free freedom. Broccoli, I'm sorry, your iced enclosure continues.
What?
Okay, go ahead and give that a try. See if you like it. Kit Kat, I don't think so. Maybe.
I said I'm gonna go wash my hands.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the only thing I said.
I don't know.
I
All right.
don't know. I don't know either.
All right, drink a poppy here. This is the
By the way, you
watermelon.
sponsored this video. Yeah.
Poppy is sponsoring this video. That would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
This is not a single serving. This is a single shell. A single serving, as I'm allocating this, is 5 to 6 shells. You like it?
Yes.
Good.
Very much.
Good.
By the way, I don't really like those watermelon ones, so you can have.
That's why they're still here.
Yeah, I know. So you and Mom can have those. Don't feel like you're taking them from me.
Okay. I didn't feel like I was taking it from you, but thank you for letting me know. No, I thought, basically any beverages that are in the fridge, I'm just going to drink unless there's like one of them and you specifically asked for it. Broccoli, thank you for the bits. Cheers. Cheers to you, as it says. Grace, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. All right, you good? You like that? Mm-hmm. Good. Glad.
Whenever she checks in, I always need to what that first word is.
Oh, hi.
Isn't oh hi OH space HI?
Yeah, OH space HI, but it's just all smushed together and spelled wrong. Oh, hi. I don't know. It's just a cute way to spell it.
Did you add?
Exactly.
Did you add
Exactly.
greens to this?
Greens, like
Whatever this green stuff is.
I added green onions to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. This one should be straightforward. We're gonna make that fish dish again. I'm gonna try it again, a different way. This will be the third time I'm making this one. Calvin helped me last time. Calvin did it last time.
Yes, with a couple of questions.
Just a few questions. Just a few. Not that many.
And the questions were like, is the oven already on?
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm taking you to karate. Your uniform is on the steps. What is your plan between now and then?
Well, I have a call.
He has a call. You know what? Having a call means I'm playing Roblox.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Okay. What time is your call?
Just he just said when I get home. I've already gotten home, but
Okay. All right. Enjoy.
enjoy your stream.
I'm working on it. Your iPad's on the counter over here. See, I'm even going to tell you where it is today so that you don't waste your time running upstairs. Right, an important business meeting.
Yes, exactly.
I have a call. I'm gonna go put my face 3 inches from this device. I can't. Dude, I came downstairs. You know what you do. You know what I'm talking about. I came downstairs the other day and he was like on the couch looking at his iPad, and I swear to you it was this close to his face. And I was like, you got to back your head off of that shit. It felt very like, oh, I'm old now. Guava Chica. I'm going to say I got to be on a call when I'm gaming. Yeah. It's a conference call with many important associates.
I will be on the bed, and when I like to pet him, he meowed at me.
Obi meowed at you? That's new.
He made noise.
That's different. Obi doesn't really make noise.
Yeah. So we're putting that.
Cool. The glasses industry is headed for a boom. It totally is. Oh my God. It totally is. Oh, cottage pie would be so good. I haven't thought about cottage pie in a while, and I'd like that. It does sound good. Either would be great. Preheat the oven to I am gonna go with 425 because I don't want to go all the way to 450. I want to go 425, and if it takes too long, basically if the vegetables are cooked and the fish is not finished yet, I can bump the heat a little bit. Because if the vegetables dry a little bit, that'll be fine. Kristen, enjoy the farmer's market. Nice cold day for it. 12-ounce bag of mixed vegetables. Okay, I need butter and... I need butter. And 2 tablespoons of butter. And what else do I have to prepare for this? That's it. Just 2 tablespoons of butter. Let me wash my hands actually before I start touching things. Touching more things. All right. Well, those shells turned out really well. I'm very happy with those. We got there with the crispiness. I was happy with the way that the edges of them crisped up. So that was good. Appreciated that. Okay. Salt and pepper. We got salt. We got pepper. Olive oil. And dried herbs. We're going to use dill. And dill. Okay, so we got two tablespoons of butter cut into 8 pieces. This was a question that Calvin asked me when he was making this the other day. He was like, I can't cut this into 8 pieces. And I was like, yes, you can. You can do this. You got it. And he was like, well, how do I do that? And I was like, this is just like straightforward. Cut it into 2 pieces, and then cut those into 2 pieces, and then cut each of those into 2 pieces, and you'll have 8 pieces. And like I showed him, and he was like, oh. It was funny. It's funny because like, as someone, you know, I like cook regularly, obviously. And so if you were like, cut this into a bunch of pieces, like, you know, cut this piece of dough into 20 pieces, I would know sort of how to do that instinctually. And it's interesting when you're watching someone who's like, you know, not as what's the word? I don't like, not as experienced, like just hasn't had the repetitive sort of things happening, the repetitive like cooking experience. It's funny what he's confident doing and what he is uncertain of. Like, he was like, oh yeah, I can just reach into the oven and like get that thing out. He put the gloves on. He knew he figured out how to do that. But he was like, I don't, like, how would I cut this big chunk of butter into 8 pieces? And I was like, is division? And he was like, Dad. And I was like, I know. I was like, I thought you were good at math. And he was like, okay, but like, seriously. It feels like hanging out with your coffee maker friends. I mean, part of what I wanted when I first started streaming, what I wanted to get out of streaming was just like being able to chat with people while I was cooking. That was like literally the goal. That was my goal. So I'm glad it feels like that. Now I have 2 different, as a stop crinkling, say the words, then crinkle. I have 2 different types of potatoes. One is this air fryer potato. This one, this like specifically air fryer potatoes. There's no other directions on here other than put these in the air fryer. That's it. It's just, these are air fryer potatoes. Picked Sweet Farms brand. Don't know what that is. Now I had this other thing that these are, I saw these in the store. I'd never seen these before. I don't think this is what I want. But these are Simply potatoes. I am unclear if these are cooked already. Cook before serving, it says. I don't know if I want to try these in here or not. Potatoes are one of nature's simplest, blah, blah, blah. Because this one says heat them in a skillet. Cook for 12 to 15 minutes. Alternative preparation, air fry for 20 to 25 minutes. I think I want to stick with these air fryer potatoes. I don't know, because the thing is, I don't know which one of these is like more available. Do y'all eat frozen potatoes? You ever seen either of these were with the breakfast stuff. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. Let's get back to where we were. There we go. These were with the breakfast stuff. I've never seen these. I'd never seen these before buying them yesterday. And then these were in the frozen food section, right next to the mixed vegetables. So it does. It's exactly like, and that's what the directions that they give you on the back. So I'm worried that these are not going to be the right thing. And because I've never seen these before, it gives me pause that these are going to be available other places. So I think I'm going to stick with these because this is what I've been using. And I think getting it right with the thing that I don't want to change too much now that I'm kind of talking about it. I'm like, I don't know if I want to change a whole ingredient here when I was really trying to like get the process for the ingredients that I have. Grace says, have I ever tried the low carb potatoes they have in Australia? Maybe other places. I have not. I definitely have not. Okay, into the baking dish, arrange the fish fillets. So wait, we need to preheat the oven. We've done that. Spray the inside of a 9x13 baking dish with nonstick spray or a thin layer of olive oil. Okay, so we're gonna spray this. Nonstick spray. Now, fish fillets are, this was another thing that Calvin was like, I can't do it. Like, I can't do it. And I was like, it's just like a puzzle. You gotta get them in there. They will fit. Like, I promise you they will fit. So they're stuck together. So 6 fish fillets, skin side down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there are 6 left in this bag. Thank gosh. Enough to test this recipe 3 times. These are whiting fillets, wild caught, skin on and boneless. Although if you were making this, I'm not calling for these specifically. I'm just calling for thin fish fillets. So whiting, tilapia, flounder, all sort of thin. If you were using a thicker like cod fillet, you'd probably have to change the timing of it because those cod fillets are a lot thicker. But these are the right size, so we are gonna go with these. Now it is like a puzzle, so we're gonna have to figure this one out. And I want to make a note here. One of the things I think it would be important to note for this recipe specifically is that if they don't fit exactly, it's okay to break them because you're not serving them as fillets, right? You're not like pulling a fillet out of here. Hold on. I have to wash my hands, but I have something to show you. I have to wash my hands because I can't show you until my hands don't have fish on them. I have a little cat who was just trying to climb my leg because she smells fish. Because she smelled fish. Elsie smelled fish. This is Elsie. She is the most vocal of the cats. She almost always has something to say. She's not going to say anything now, though. She's going to prove me wrong. Do you have something you want to share? Anything specific that you'd like to say today? Oh, we got a little squeak. No, she's done. That was it. She was like, I do not wish to actually be held. She was climbing when I said I have something to show you, but I have to wash my hands, she was putting her paws on the back of my legs and like doing a big stretch on the back of my legs while I was standing here. Oh my gosh. Broccoli. The baked goods at Weiss are, I always liked the baked goods at Weiss. That's really funny. I used to work at a Weiss in the bakery. Fun stuff. When I talk about my grocery store baking experience, that is what I am talking about. Okay, so this is roughly layered, relatively layered in here. 6 fillets fit. They fit. They fit okay. I'm gonna get rid of that towel. That one's probably no good. All right, I'm gonna take a picture of this though, just to share with what they like what they actually look like, sort of layered in here. Okay. In the baking dish, rinse fish fillets in an even layer, skin side down. Sprinkle half the salt and half the pepper evenly over the fish. So we have a total of 1 teaspoon of salt and 1 teaspoon of pepper. So we're going to take half a teaspoon and sprinkle that over the fish. Now I'm doing this sort of in stages because if I put all the salt on top of the vegetables, it would never sprinkle all the way down. It would just sit on the top of the vegetables. So the vegetables themselves, the bag of mixed vegetables that I'm going to get out here in just a moment, are not seasoned. So we are going to season those, but potatoes are seasoned. Probably says, you've inspired me to develop my own recipe, which is when I go rogue, when I can't find the exact recipe for a baked good I want. I think one of the things that I enjoy about recipes, about working on them specifically, is knowing that I've made something that I like. For example, on Thursday of this week, we are going to be doing, pause. Layer the bag of vegetables evenly over the fish without stirring. Okay. Sprinkle the herbs and remaining salt and pepper over the vegetables. Okay. On Thursday this week, I'm going to be making tomato soup. Like the tomato soup that I worked on so diligently for like 5 or 6 different versions of. And I'm making that because I know that I like it, and I'm making it for camping, and it's what I want. And so I'm just going to follow that recipe, knowing that I wrote it and that it works and that I'm always happy with it, or that I was happy with the final version. 2 teaspoons of dried herbs. So we have 4 of these half teaspoons. 1. I think 2 teaspoons is actually too much. 2. 3. I think I'm just going to do 1.5 teaspoons of dried herbs, because that feels, looking at it, that feels like a lot. Distribute the butter chunks and drizzle the olive oil evenly over the vegetables. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let me take a picture of that. Okay. Sprinkle the herbs, remaining salt and pepper, distribute the butter, drizzle the olive oil. Olive oil. I need 2 tablespoons of olive oil. So I am using a tablespoon here because I'm testing this. If I was making this myself, even if I was following a recipe for it, I wouldn't actually use a measuring spoon. I would just pour the olive oil over. I would not bother with a spoon. Finally, spread the bag of potatoes evenly over the vegetables. Do not stir. Okay. All right, we got vegetables and potatoes. These are air fryer potatoes, air fryer specific potatoes. Crazy Asian, welcome in. I'm good to have you. We're working on a recipe. I'm about to pop this in the oven, but you're like just in time to see it. You're about to see the before and after, or we have a before and after. This is the before. Let's pop this in the oven, and then I will introduce myself and come back and like actually say a for real hello. Okay. Okay. Is that it? Spread the bag of potatoes. Do not stir. Bake for 20 minutes until the potatoes are softened. Okay, so we're going to set a timer for 20 minutes. I think this is going to take slightly more than that, but I'm going to check it at 20. Again, we are not putting foil on this today. We're cooking it just like this because I don't think that I will need the foil. Okay, friends who just joined us, let me show you something. This is a pre-oven dish of fish fillets in the bottom, mixed vegetables and potatoes. About to go in the oven. I'm going to pop that in the oven, which is preheated to 425 degrees. And then I'm going to come back and say an actual hello. Let me start my timer. We did it. Okay. Let me move this off the counter too. So, and wipe the counter so I can lean on it. There we go. Okay. Where's the cap to this? There it is. All right. Welcome in, y'all. It's nice to have you. Now, how was your stream that you did all of the that you did all of your that you did your whole repertoire? How do you feel about it? I know it was like 2 weeks ago. I hope it was good. Chipperdoodle, welcome in PA. I don't know what in PA means. I'm in Philadelphia. Welcome, Safer Stern. Nice to have you. Sydney Akakoko. I'm probably butchering that. But I tried. And if I did, you can let me know. You got to lean on the counter. You got to lean on the counter. It's a very American thing to lean on things. 5+ hours, 81 tricks. Amazing. Sydney, AKA Coco. Oh, got it. Okay. I missed the nuance of the AKA. But this is why we ask. This is why we try, and this is why we ask. Friends who joined us, welcome in. Follows are silent, just FYI. If you hit this follow button, nothing happens. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no chat messages, and I'm not gonna say hi or acknowledge that you've followed because I personally just like lurking, and I don't always want to be called out for that. But if you do want to chat, you are more than welcome to do so. We're happy to have folks chat on the stream. It is a big part of what streaming is. Friends who were hanging out here, Crazy Asian, aka Nam, is a magician on Twitch. When I say magician, I mean a literal magician. Like tricks, that like magic tricks, which is, I would personally be far more intimidated to do magic on stream than I would be that I am ever to cook. Because it's one of those things where, like, when you mess up, and you're always going to mess up, just like cooking, people are going to be like, whoa, what did you practice with? Like, they're going to have some shit to say about it, right? And like, then why don't you come up here and try it? But the other thing is that failure is also okay. And success when you're doing magic is super impressive. I love I don't do magic myself, but I really enjoy watching it. I want you to know that when I was in grade school, 5th, maybe 6th, maybe 7th grade, I got 2nd place in a close-up magic competition. It might have been the last time I tried a magic trick. But I appreciate it, and if you enjoy magic, I would highly recommend that you go follow Crazy Asian, who was cooking today. Is different than magic, but cooking is kind of like magic, except for if you want, you can tell everyone how the trick is done, which is kind of fun. A flex. Oh no, Grace, I am 41. It is now just part of the ancient lore. Ancient lore. I will tell you, I got 2nd place and there were more than 2 people in the competition. So if we want to flex at all, there we go. But Carly, I hope you enjoy. Friends who just joined us from non-stream, my name is Lou. This is in fact a cooking stream. We do recipe development. We do some testing. We're doing a little of both today. I am a home cook. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm really happy to have you because I love non-gaming audiences. I myself am not a gamer. Our stream is all about cooking. It's a lot about conversation. It is a lot of recipe development, but we also do weeknight dinners, family meals, a lot of vegetable forward stuff. I do cookies, I do meal prep, I do baking, I do prep for trips. This Thursday will be live from noon to like 7:30 p.m. I'm prepping for a camping trip, so we're gonna like make food for that. We have a lot of folks in chat and the community who are enthusiastic about culinary, all things culinary, but also just in general. I like to chat. You can get me off topic really easily. It's a safe space to lurk. If you just like hanging out, I tend to talk. If I'm not responding to something in chat, I'm just talking. I'll just keep talking. That's how it works. I have 3 cats. There's a dog. You can see her right here. She's walking around right now. And like I said, follows are silent. So if you're the type of person who just enjoys a lurk, please feel free to just do that and follow, or don't if you whatever. If you prefer and enjoy watching YouTube, there's a link to my YouTube in chat. We stream both Twitch and YouTube, both horizontal and vertical on the YouTube side. I would appreciate a subscription. Any other housekeeping notes? No housekeeping notes. What'd you cook? What'd you cook today? Let me scroll up and see if that question has already been answered. Grace, your husband's family lives in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Williamsport, home of the Little League World Series. Also, the Grand Canyon of Pennsylvania. Yes, we have a Grand Canyon. It's not as big as the other one. She is Belle. She is. I still call her a puppy. She's 13. She's a 13-year-old pit bull. Success instant rice. Oh my gosh. I made instant rice. We had tacos the other night, and I was like, "This needs a grain," and I just made instant rice, and it was like perfect. It was kind of funny. Because I'm always like, what am I going to do with all the rest of this instant rice? And I'm like, oh, right, I can make it really quickly. I also have a massive bag of like real rice in there. I know, Velas, I do hate cooking, but it is one of those things where I like eating, so I don't actually hate cooking. That's a joke. Broccoli, that is what happens with the animals. Elderly animals, I know. My dog is 13. The lifespan on pit bulls is like 12 to 14, 15. So so at some point, tragedy is going to befall our. At some point in the coming year or 2 years, there's going to be a day where I'm really sad on stream. Anyway, it's not today. Don't make me cry about it, because I will cry about it. I'm thinking about it now. Let's not think about it. Let's avoid our problems. It's not a problem. It's just a facet of life. Love says I cooked chicken mix, leftover rice, and shredded chicken tacos in the new Instant Pot. Beautiful. What are you looking forward to cooking in the Instant Pot? What preceded the acquisition of an Instant Pot? What inspired you to get an Instant Pot? Fellas, I feel like anybody who likes eating, I like eating a lot and I like different foods. And also, if I had enough money, I probably would just eat at restaurants all the time. Megan, hello. Grace, I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Watching while I stapled papers. A checkout. Huh. That's an interesting idea. No one, I don't think I've ever had anyone suggest checkout. We have a check please command, but that's for the end of stream, and I don't think anybody can actually use it except for myself and the moderators. What should a checkout command do? Cook dry beans and get them as soft as canned beans. Yes. That is a great reason. Cooking dried beans, just like getting beans, because beans are so inexpensive when you buy them dry. Give you more chances to win cookies. You know what? Not a bad idea. It should do something. Yeah, Velos, it's when you have an old animal. Grace, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for coming through. When you have an old animal, it gets there's that feeling of like, oh man, they're getting up there. I don't know how it's gonna be. Like, it's sort of, there's this uncertainty. You know, our friends recently had their dog. Their dog recently passed. I always struggle with saying like had your pet had them like put down. Because while that language is true, it's sort of like, I don't know, maybe euthanized is the better term for it. Because like, you know, if they're not having any good days and they're in pain and etc., like put down makes me feel like sort of like it was a surprise almost, you know? But yeah, like our friends recently, their dog was just not able to get up on the couch anymore. He wasn't able to navigate steps anymore. He couldn't do the things that he enjoyed. Like couldn't get up to couldn't get onto the couch to get into his favorite sleeping spot. That's quality of life. Like that's when you're like, okay. Add that to the fact that he can no longer eat any of the food that he likes, couldn't, you know, get up the steps to come sleep on, you know, in the bedroom at night, like couldn't do the things that make the life that he's lived enjoyable. You know, and I feel like there's certain elements of that with Daisy right now, and then there's certain elements that are not like that. So we're in these like neutral days right now. There's a sort of period of evaluation and neutrality between like perfectly healthy, just old, and then sort of like can't do any fun things, is not having a good time. We're in between those right now, you know? So flip through, I'm checking on the 17-year-old cat to make sure she's just sleeping. Right. Oh, seriously though. Yeah, Daisy's, you know, she's getting there. She's not there yet. He could still do those things, but you could tell he's like, this isn't easy. Yeah, I think that, Velas, that's sort of where we're at. We're like, sometimes she tries to get up on the couch and can't make it. And has to, but she'll try again when she like can't quite get it the first time. She'll still like, she'll go for it a second time and like make it, you know? So it's sort of like, once she gives up on the thing, that's sort of the corner turning, you know what I mean? The cat has no reason to escape in broccoli. Yeah, our cats and dog get along really well now. I'm happy for that. Our old cats who passed a couple years ago and did not like the dog, and the dog did not understand or like them, because the cats were adults. They were like 8 years old, maybe 9 when we got Daisy. And so like they didn't want a dog, and she didn't ever get to be able to acclimate to them because they didn't want her to come near them. Now our dog has been used to our cats since they were 24 hours old. So when they came into the house, they didn't even register as threats to her. They have grown up. She has seen them grow from being like kittens with an umbilical cord to like cats that can antagonize her now, but don't. Which is important. That's an important factor in it, is that they don't antagonize her. Because they also don't see her as something to play with. They see her as like, you know, who's this weird, slow cat that's huge? Which is kind of funny, I suppose. Okay, I have not opened the oven to look at this fish at all. It has 4.5 minutes left on it. The light was on. Okay. I mean, things are looking different. I see my butter has completely melted, which is good. When I checked this at 20 minutes before, the last time I made it, the butter had not even melted yet at 20 minutes with the foil on top. So this is good. This is a good sign. We're doing a lot better so far with this version. I got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes from now, I'm going to check the fish. I'm expecting it not to be finished. I am hoping that it's got maybe 5 more minutes after that, maybe 10. 35 minutes would not be too terrible for this. It wouldn't be great. I think if we get past 35 minutes, that's when I'm gonna definitely 100% make this oven hotter from the start. The goal, as a reminder with this, was that the fish was cooked through, of course, but the reason that I'm making this differently, so previous versions of this, right, version number 1 and version number 2, which I should label because they are version 1 and version 2. Version 1, version 2, this is version 3. The idea, the big change that I made, one was I changed the temperature of the oven for version 2. But for this version, I just didn't start with any foil. I didn't put foil on top of this dish at all. Initially, for the first and the second try here, I was putting foil on top of the dish for the first like 20 plus minutes of cooking it. And my calculation was that when I was doing that, I was taking the dish itself was not heating up completely because I was having basically, it was in a casserole dish, but when you put the foil on top, it's sort of, it insulates it and keeps it from getting hot as quickly. Now, it keeps it from losing moisture, because when it does get hot and it starts to steam, like it keeps the steam inside, and then it will start to cook like a little quicker. But it wasn't cooking very fast. So I wanted it to cook a little quicker. So thing number one, I took the foil off so it would cook quicker. Thing number two, I took the foil off because with the potatoes being on top, I'm imagining that instead of steaming the potatoes and softening them, that the drier air of the oven exposed directly from the start, as opposed to for only like 10 minutes at the end, will mean that the potatoes stay a little less squishy. They're air fryer potatoes. They're supposed to be crispy. Like they're not supposed to be made in this oven. They're supposed to be made in an air fryer. So they're not going to be as crispy as they would be if I did put them on a sheet pan, like a metal sheet pan, and then just put them in the oven. So kind of little sort of some calculations happening there. Jamie, welcome in. Welcome in. I love my Instant Pot. So things that I use my Instant Pot for are 9. Enjoy the rest of your day. A nap sounds great. I love a nap. I'm a big nap fan. I use my Instant Pot for rice, like getting rice cooked correctly and not having to like think about it or manage a pot. I use it for dry beans for sure. I also use it for eggs, hard boiling eggs, but also like just making in a big ramekin crock thing, like a big egg loaf for egg salad. That's a very specific use case. I wouldn't buy an Instant Pot for that. You could also make an egg loaf in the oven. You can make an egg loaf on the stovetop without having an Instant Pot. Okay, that was 20 minutes. Let's check this. I'm going to take a look at it. I'm going to get my, if the fish looks finished, I'm going to want to take a quick temperature of it. I'm betting that the fish is not finished yet. That's my calculus here, speaking of math, is that the fish is not at all finished. It is not. What is my fish at? So the fish is still a little frozen in the center. That is not ideal. Okay, so I am going to need to leave this in. Oh, this might take another 20 minutes. First off, let me start the timer. Okay. That was unexpected. I was assuming that the fish would be a little bit farther along than it is. And it's not, which is bad. I think I need to turn the oven. I'm going to have to make this again. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to make this again. Enjoy the rest of your dinner. Thank you for bringing friends through. I appreciate it. Or enjoy your dinner, not the rest of your dinner, but enjoy dinner, period. And family time. That's what I always do after stream. I'm usually putting dinner on the table for my family. Okay. Well. That was not where I thought we were going to be with that. I think I have to do one of two things here. I have to turn up the heat and cook it slightly faster assuming that the vegetables will be fine and the potatoes will be fine. Or I have to make peace, for lack of a better term, with the fact that this is going to take longer than I want it to. I don't know which one of those things would be better to do. I think I am going to end up fuck. Are we going to have this for dinner again on Thursday? I think we are. I think we are. I think we are because I want to try it at a hotter temperature. Now I do know that once the fish is once it hits the point of being thawed, it will get up to cooked temp pretty quickly. But I really did not want this to take 50 minutes to bake in the oven. That was not the intention. Oh, shit. Okay, well, taking the foil off, I will say that I think it will take less time. I'm gonna look at it again at the 30 total minute mark and see where we land. I'm gonna see where it is at that 30-minute mark. Because if at the 30-minute mark that fish it should be completely thawed. But I'm curious where it's going to get to. I'm a little frustrated. I'm frustrated that wasn't farther along than I was expecting it to be. I knew it wouldn't be finished, but I was not expecting it to have like a spot of ice, a frozen. I wasn't expecting the center of it to be frozen. Still, it wasn't. It was almost thawed. I could put the thermometer through it easily, but it said the thermometer said 32 when it hit the center, so that's cold. Okay, we're at the 30-minute mark. So, okay, yeah. See, now that same piece of fish that I temped earlier is at 50. Okay, so we're getting there. What's this potato at? Now the potatoes are at 90. Okay, so I think ultimately the answer here is going to be a hotter temperature than 425, because I really do think that the vegetables will be fine. The vegetables aren't going to burn, and if anything, drying the potatoes out a little bit would be a good thing. Okay, so this is definitely going to take another 15 minutes or so. Oh. Okay, it's fine. Which would make it 40 total minutes, which is basically the same amount of time as with the foil. Okay. I'm gonna let that one go for a second. Daisy's asking to go outside, so I'm gonna let her out. When we come back, I'm gonna do some dishes in the sink, and we'll just play a game of words on stream. I'm not gonna run an ad because I don't have the energy to think about people having ads right now. But I'm gonna let Daisy out, and then I'm gonna take care of the dishes in the sink while I just ignore what's in the oven for a few moments. We have had one success, but not goal achieved. So that's slightly, those are slightly different outcomes, but not bad. Not bad. I mean, ultimately the outcome is I've made dinner. So like the thing with it is it didn't turn out the exact way that I've wanted it to, but it's still going to be dinner. So like that's fine. All right. Well, shit. All right. Well, at least the dog's using the bathroom outside. All right. Come on, Days. There's still snow in spots on our patio. And she's like not feeling it. All right. Good girl. Good girl. Are you done? All right, I think she's finished. Come on in. Yeah, like we have we were talking about animals. Like we have a couple steps that go down to our patio in the back. And when I let her out on the patio. And like when she's not able to navigate those steps, that's gonna be bad. Okay, I'm gonna come over to the sink and we're just gonna do a couple dishes here while I fret quietly over the stuff in the oven. When we come back, I'm gonna take that out. That's about 10 minutes from now. I may not take it out. We'll see. But about 10 minutes from now, we have to, we're gonna check it. So there's that. So at least we're gonna figure it out. All right, let's see if this camera over here at the sink will work because sometimes it doesn't and sometimes it does. And we'll see what day today is if it doesn't work. All right, well, we're all set up. So let's see. Let's not turn it on just yet. Yeah, see, it doesn't work right now. So let's do this, and then we'll make it work by doing this. Yoink. All right. Perfect. Alrighty, we're gonna play a game of words on stream. I am not gonna run an ad, as I mentioned. We're just gonna turn on a game of words on stream. That way I can kind of come over to the sink and get some dishes done. And you're not just watching me do dishes, that there is something to be done while that happens. Okay, but let's do that and then we'll be, hold on, wrong camera. There we go. Okay, Game of Words on Stream is live and I have chat over here as well. If anybody is saying anything that I need to, should be responding to. And I'll be looking at that, but we're just going to triage the dishes in the sink and make sure that I'm not leaving a massive mess for later this evening, because that would not be nice of me. My future self thanks me for not leaving a mess. Okay. We don't have a ton of room in the dishwasher, actually, because I didn't run it last night. So we have, like, compounding dishwasher stuff. Compounding days worth of dishes in here. Not ideal, but that's how it goes sometimes. I'll run it tonight. I'll actually run it while we're at karate. That way I can empty it before going to bed tonight. That's always kind of the goal. Do y'all run the dishwasher every day if it's full, or do you wait until it's like jammed full? If it's not full, but it's like mostly full, I'll still run it before bed. All right. Gentle reminder, if you see someone posting in chat and they have a little lock next to their name on the screen, you can still enter the words that they're putting in chat into your chat and have them count, because words on stream is a community game. Don't you know? All right. Some of these things we're gonna let soak, these pots specifically, because I don't really have space for them in the dishwasher. And yeah, because of that, because I don't really have space for them in the dishwasher. Fellas, yeah, I feel like everything is just more complicated. Like, giant drying rack. I mean, it is nice to put pots into. It does hold a lot of stuff. So if you run yours every day, if it's full, if it's mostly full, yeah, I actually meant to last night and I forgot, and I like opened it. See that here's my routine. I run the dishwasher at night, and then in the morning, while I'm waiting for my coffee to brew, I empty it. Just like basically every day. And when I forget to run it, it's always a little like surprising, because I'm like, oh, I totally meant to do that. And I meant to run it this morning, but I got so confused as to why it hadn't been run that I didn't do it. And now here we are. Dishwasher's full. And and I can't fit any of my other stuff in it. Yeah, I emptied the dishwasher, and then I put the dishes away from the drying rack, and I emptied the dishwasher. That's what I do, like first thing in the morning. It's basically like every single day. That's just the routine. Hey, congratulations. Callie, get yourself dressed. Okay. All right, I am not going to do these dishes right now because because there will be a few more. But I am good with everything. Everything that can go in the dishwasher is in the dishwasher. So we're good here. Let's put this. I'm gonna put some water in here and some soap to soak though. Velos, you know what's funny? This is not related to dishwashers, but there's a setting on the iPhone that's like charge when it's best for the most electrically efficient. Whenever I empty the dishwasher, I empty the whole thing. I've never emptied. I have definitely never emptied just like a little bit of the dishes. I don't think I could do that. I don't think my various neuroses would allow for that. Okay, so this can go back over here. All right, well, I can smell that fish now. So that's good, I suppose. Yeah, I think obviously, yeah, if you're not in a good place to, like for like physicality's sake to be able to do that, totally makes sense. All right, let me switch this back to this main camera here, and we can do at least one more. I'm gonna participate in this one. Oh, am I gonna participate in this one? This one's hard. This one looks hard. Let's see. That's not a word. Polite, good word. So is there, oh, there's a fake letter. One of them's fake. G is fake, hidden is a T. Caretaker, good notes. Oh, fellas, yeah, anything like that that just like, oh, I don't have to scrub that. I always forget that I can clean stuff in the dishwasher. I forget that I can clean the stove burners in the dishwasher. I feel like that would be helpful, but I don't ever remember it. I've never done that, but I know I can. Oh, man. What, Callie, what even word is that? Sometimes words is confusing to me, and I'm just like, what is actually happening? Well, good job, y'all. Hey, look, I got on the board for that one. I'm proud of myself. Okay. Let's come on back over here. We're going to check this fish now in about 15 seconds. Hello. 4, 3, 2, 1. Timer went off. Okay, that was 40 minutes. 40 minutes. I can smell it, so that's probably a good thing. I couldn't smell it the last time I opened the oven. Now I can smell it without the oven being open. And we are still not quite there. So, okay. Fish is still not cooked through. 117 degrees. So I might have, let's go 5 more minutes. So that is, oven is at 425. So I'm going to end up cooking this for the exact same amount of time as the last time. I don't get it. 450 next time. We're going to increase the heat even more. Okay. That's just how it's going to have to go. I know. I'm just like, how? I know why. Because everything's frozen. It's going from frozen to cooked. I can't expect it to take 10 minutes. But like if I was cooking that fish in a pan, it would be done in 10 minutes. So like the benchmark here is this is making it easier to cook a lot of it and a variety of things. Like one dish in the oven, you know, done. The downside is, oh, it's going to take that long. Because like I said, if I was just doing this in a pan, frozen fish is not that difficult. The balance here and the calculus that I'm trying to make is making it easier from a process perspective, knowing that it is already easy sort of no matter what you're doing with it. But like you shouldn't have to get out, you know, you shouldn't have to turn on the oven and put a sheet pan in there with vegetables and then put the fish on the stove and like season everything separately. You know, the goal is put it all in one pan and then just pop it in the oven. Now, is 40 minutes okay? 45 minutes okay? Probably. Doesn't seem that it's not that unapproachable in terms of timing, especially coming from frozen solid being put in the oven. I just know that it can be like, I'm just like with taking off the foil, I know that it could be quicker than that. Callie! Yeah, you gotta get dressed now. Okay. Well, y'all, we got about 2 minutes more on that timer. I think I got about 5 total minutes left here. Callie Kong, no. Calvin, my son, Callie is his nickname, or one of the many names that he goes by, that I call him. Whether or not he goes by that outside of me calling him that, I don't actually know. I don't think so. Okay, let's see, before we need to though, I want to see who all is live here on the internet. Let's see. Oh, Jane is live. We're gonna see if hopefully Jane stays live and we can raid Jane. Jane has been live for an hour. Jane is co-working. Who else is cooking? I want to look for cooking today. Man. Darth Baka's live. It means Sun is live. Elven Fairy Queen is live. Bravewood Beanery is live. Let's see who I'm following. Who is live? I'm just looking for a place we can land today because I have to leave. I'm taking my son Calvin to karate. So he is. We have to leave in just a few minutes. Okay, I think I know where I'd like to raid today. We're gonna raid I'm gonna raid in a minute here. Let me just confirm that is the case. Actually, we're gonna no, I know where we're gonna raid. All right, if they are still live when I am finished, they should still be live. Okay, good. All right, I know where we're gonna go. All right, let's check on this fish again. Timer just went off. I just want to take a temp here. 130. Okay, so about another 5, and we should be finished here because I was at 117 earlier. I'm now at 137. So, all right, I think I've got to go because we need to get out of here. We need to get to karate. So, unfortunately, I'm gonna need to raid. We'll be live again on Thursday. This is the first time I've rated without having actually finished the thing. No, I finished the other dish. So that was good. But we have like 5+ more minutes in the oven, and I need to get myself ready to go to karate, which includes like using the bathroom. So we're gonna head out. Where's my stream manager? There it is. Okay. We're gonna raid the Zachary Mike. Zach is a friend of stream. Zach is I see something about crock pot. Hold on, let me check. I'm not like checking to make sure it's appropriate. I'm just checking to make sure what it is he is actually streaming. You know what? Crock pot recipes, he says. Oh my God. Okay, but Zach's like 30 minutes into stream. So Zach is they're about to hit the stride of their content, like they're reacting to things. So it's a really good time to get in. If you haven't watched Zach's stream, I encourage you to just stay and hang out for a little bit, read the room, and then enjoy your time. We'll be live again on, what day did I say? On Thursday. We'll be live again on Thursday. Here's some raid messages in chat. Thank you, SoFluff, for those. Here is some goodbye sounds in case you want them. Oh, that one's always so creepy. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. I appreciate it. Today was an interesting one conversationally. I'm going to reflect on how I sort of facilitated some of that and what we could do better to keep the conversation a little lighter and moving along and feeling less antagonistic. So, anyway, we're gonna try again on Thursday. I hope to see you there. Have a lovely rest of your day. Have a lovely rest of your evening, and we'll see you on Thursday, sometime around noon, maybe 12:30. Okay. All right. Okay. We're gonna raid. Goodbye.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
They would have been on Teen Mom. I always kind of wonder, like, because that was around the time that Teen Mom was like popular. They'd be divorced. You know what? You're probably right. It is kind of crazy that they've stayed together after all this time. Eat it, Dads! Thanks so much for raiding with a party of 22. Appreciate it. Hi, hello. Hey, what's up? Hello. Married to the buddy doo. Y'all, is that who sings that? Is that Fetty Wap? Is that his name? Yeah, y'all missed the IT party. I was struggling. I was struggling. Anyways, here's the raid video. Eat at Dad's is a wholesome cooking channel, and I'm whatever this is. Get into it. Let's go, Lisa. This better be good.